Hello and a warm welcome to everyone wherever you are in the globe to the WHO Pandemic Ethics and Policy Summit. I'm Catherine Littler and I'm joined here at WHO headquarters in Geneva by my colleague Andreas Wright. We are both from the Health, Ethics and Governance Unit. We will begin shortly with opening remarks by the Director General of WHO, Dr. Tedros, and then we will hear briefly from Dr. Beatrice Tomei, who is the co-chair of the WHO's COVID Ethics Working Group, and then we'll hand over to Zeke Emanuel. Without further ado, we will start the video. Thank you.
Solidarity, equity, justice. These catch cries of the COVID-19 pandemic are not scientific concepts. They are ethical concepts. COVID-19 has raised many difficult ethical questions. How to allocate scarce resources, how to find the right balance between protecting the rights of individuals and public health, the ethics of research, and more. Indeed, ethics is fundamental in every area of health. WHO's global program of work calls for policymakers and implementers to keep ethics at the heart of decision-making. Since SARS, WHO has worked with our global network of collaborating centers on bioethics to produce ethics guidance for many outbreaks, including pandemic influenza, Ebola, and more. And yet, too often, ethical considerations don't find their way into policy. The ethics community has a vital role to play in helping policymakers translate ethics guidance into concrete, actionable policies that include the voices of the most vulnerable and marginalized. That's what this summit is all about. I look forward to hearing about your progress and what we can do at WHO to make ethics not just abstract concepts, but concrete realities for all people. I thank you.
Recording in progress.
Again, everyone. I would like to first thank you, Dr. Tedros, for his introduction and for his always inspiring words. He has clearly articulated why we're gathering here today. And of course, the support of the WHO in taking these discussions forward is really appreciated and of course necessary. I would also like to welcome everyone on behalf of the WHO COVID Ethics Working Group, which has been convened in February 2020 as part of the WHO R&D Blueprint work, as well as the WHO ACT Accelerator Ethics and Governance Working Group, which was convened in the latter part of last year. And both these groups have been meeting regularly since. And you will hear from many of the working group members here today. Just a reminder of the three main objectives of our summit today. We would like to first get our heads together and examine and reflect upon the role of ethics in policymaking during the pandemic. What has worked, what has not worked so well. From there, we would like to discuss models and examples of successes and failures, hopefully more successes of ethical translation into policymaking. And finally, identify the steps we need to take to improve ethical uptake into public health decision-making for today's pandemic and for the next ones. So there will be 4 sessions today, including a 20-minute break in which we'll be showing videos, 2-minute videos of colleagues around the world who have been working on in the front line really of the pandemic and their considerations on questions of what have been the barriers and facilitators influencing policy decisions regarding the ethical issues arising during the pandemic. And they're going to help us as well in terms of finding our way forward and what we need to do. What are the key areas that we need to improve going forward? So we have a lot to reflect upon and do today. A few housekeeping notes. We have structured the sessions to allow for discussion. So please feel free to use the chat function to introduce yourself. But for questions, please use the Q&A function. And since we'll be many gathering here today, we'll do our best and our moderators will do their best to pick a few questions to the extent possible to our speakers. I also need to tell you that this summit is being recorded for the sake of the ones who haven't been able to join us. So without further ado, I really want to welcome you all, wish you all a productive and enjoyable time. And I'm going to hand over to Zeke Emanuel, the moderator of our first panel. Dr. Emanuel is an oncologist and bioethicist, and also a fellow member of the WHO Ethics and COVID-19 Working Group. He is the current Vice Provost for Global Initiatives at the University of Pennsylvania and Chair of the Department of Medical Ethics and Health Policy. Zeke, the floor is yours. Thanks, everyone, and enjoy.
Thank you, Beatrice. As we heard from Tedros, ethics has been intertwined with COVID since the start. Domestically, major issues about how to allocate resources, who gets priority for vaccines, oxygen, ventilators, PPE, and we've had those discussions internationally, how to distribute resources among countries when we don't have enough for all countries. We also have had the big discussions about vaccine certificates or passports, whatever we're going to call them, their ethics, whether they're discriminatory or coercive. And we've had big discussions further about locking down, most recently in the last few days, about locking down travel from various countries and how to deal with it. I think one of the remarkable actions by the WHO was at its very first meeting, global meeting on this in February 2020, to have a whole division or section allocated to ethics, recognizing that it was going to be integral going forward. We have a fantastic panel to discuss, I think, how ethics has intersected with policymaking over the last nearly 2 years. And more importantly, we will discuss how it should and how we might facilitate better, I think, as Beatrice put it, integration of ethics, policy, and all the other considerations that have to go into making decisions during a healthcare emergency like COVID. To help us, we have several fundamentally prominent and the leaders in this area. To begin with, Dr. Anthony Fauci, Chief Medical Advisor to the President of the United States and the Director of the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Disease, a position he's held for now nearly 40 years. Christine Grady, the Chair of the Department of Bioethics at the National Institutes of Health and a longtime bioethics leader in global activities. We have Dr. Princess Nono Simelela from South Africa. She's Assistant Director General for families, women, children, and adolescents at the WHO. Professor Jerome Singh, who's the Director of the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies at the Academy of Science of South Africa. And Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who's the Chief Scientist at the WHO. Maybe I can start with you, Dr. Fauci. Maybe you can describe how, during your now 2 years engagement with COVID, ethics has intersected with some of the fundamental policy decisions you need to make as advisor to now 2 presidents.
Well, thank you, Zeke, for that question. And it's a very important question because, as you alluded to in your introduction, virtually every decision or policy or guideline that we've made has ethical implications to it. I mean, literally every one. I think the ones that you mentioned are the most obvious, and that is in the allocation of resources, not only resources throughout the world, country to country, but also resources within our own country. For example, early on, we have 50 states in the United States and other territories. And when we had the paucity and
lack of abundance of things like PPE, ventilators, medications, oxygen. It became really an ethical dilemma right from the very beginning. And one of the things that I found, I wouldn't say disturbing, but certainly not optimal, is that in the beginning, we did not really have discussions about the fundamental core ethical principles associated with that. And it was only after it became very, very clear that this was something that impacted ethics in its fundamental core values did we have to pay attention to that. And as also you mentioned, I don't want to take too long in describing it, but when we got to the international issues, the ethics, I think, became even more compelling when you had very scarce resources, such as vaccines and soon antivirals, of how are we going to make decisions based on core ethical principles of the distribution of resources which actually are life-saving, such as vaccines, therapeutics, and others. So that's just the start. I mean, I could say, summarizing, it's to the core of everything we've done and should be doing.
Maybe I can ask you one follow-up, and then we'll go to Soumya. When making decisions at the White House, at the highest levels of government, do you think that there's adequate input of ethics or knowledge of how to integrate it? Was that your experience?
Well, Zeke, I have to say it was fundamentally different in the prior administration than here, which was much more driven by political and other situations, as opposed to a broader look at the fundamental core principles of public health. And I think if you get to the core principles of public health, you have to marry that with ethics. You can't do one without the other. So the answer is yes, somewhat spottingly in the prior administration. We had some very good people there who were concerned about that. But right now it drives our discussions and drives our considerations.
Soumya, in global decisions, it's clear that there have been ethical considerations and use of important ethical terms that Dr. Tedros raised many of them. How has that affected WHO deliberations on policy?
Thank you, Zeke, and very good morning, Christine and Tony, and also Jerome and Princess Nono. We, as you said, Zeke, right from the beginning, when we convened the Global Research and Innovation Forum in February of 2020, we already recognized at that time that there needs to be a lot of thought given to ethics, and that the world would need advice from bioethicists on different aspects of managing the pandemic. And that's why the working group, in which many of you are members, was set up. And I must congratulate this group for having been absolutely terrific during the pandemic in terms of really coming out with very thoughtful and thought-provoking guidance on things like the use of contact tracing apps. So that actually illustrates a tough call that policymakers have to make between balancing individual rights and public health. What's good for the individual, it may not necessarily always be good for the community, and vice versa. And it is a tough call. And I think people like Jerome and Nono have lived through this in the HIV epidemic, and we can come back to how policymakers weigh that. So individual freedoms versus public health. The second, that's one example. The other, the working group has come out with documents on the ethics of mandatory vaccination, the ethics of human challenge studies, particularly for a virus at the stage at which there were no effective treatments, not much was known, and that's been updated. Ethics guidance on how to do research and clinical trials in the pandemic. Again, that's evolved as the pandemic has evolved, and many other aspects. I think, at the global level, what I see is the challenges that policymakers had, and to some extent WHO had, on making recommendations when you have very little information. And I'm talking about the early months of 2020, when unfortunately we saw country after country going into lockdown, and these lockdowns impacted different countries very differently. So while the lockdowns were accompanied by major fiscal stimulus packages in the high-income countries and major support to individuals and businesses, this obviously did not happen in the majority of low and also middle-income countries, leaving behind a huge economic impact. And so lockdowns at that time were thought to be the best thing to control the pandemic. We know today that the impact on lives and livelihoods probably outweighs the benefits of having a lockdown, at least in the context of low and middle income countries. And the other thing that really became very obvious very soon was the inequities between countries, but also within countries. And I think that's again something that policymakers perhaps did not anticipate enough, did not look into or get inputs from the right people at the time decisions were being made. It's widened inequities. The rich have got richer, the poor have got poorer, and children who've been out of school now in many countries for over 20 months, 22 months, or whatever it is. This is going to be an irreversible loss for many of these children. So these are the side effects of the actual pandemic. The health part we understand now, but I don't think these other things were considered as much.
Well, I guess one of the questions I would ask is, in these considerations, you have these economic concerns, you have political concerns, getting support of people and countries, you have health concerns about saving the most lives and distributing it fairly among countries. How does ethics fit in when you've got these many other considerations, and how at the WHO has it figured in, because the WHO, frankly, technically is very often technically focused on the economic or the health outcomes, and ethics can often be an afterthought.
Yes, you're right. But in this case, I think WHO did the right thing by putting ethics, front and center from the beginning. But the limitation that we have at WHO is we provide global guidance on sort of a benchmark, a best practice. And this needs to be adapted and implemented at the country level, because you cannot have a solution that is right for every country in the world, right? So as I just gave the example of lockdowns. So I think at the national level, what was needed was also a group, not just of biomedical and public health experts, but also of people from social and behavioral sciences, bioethicists, economists, perhaps people with a legal background. Ideally, I think every Minister of Health or head of state would have had this type of multidisciplinary inputs into decision-making, looking at not just the considered impact, but all of the unexpected fallouts of any decision. So the counterfactual usually never gets considered. And I can't think of too many countries that had that kind of advisory body.
Jerome, you've been involved in policy advice in South Africa for a very long time, as was mentioned on HIV/AIDS and now COVID. How has it been integrated there, the ethical considerations with the health, the economic, and the political?
Thanks, Zeke, and thanks to the organizers for putting together the session. I think, it's a difficult question to ask when you look at multiple different diseases. I think, different governments react differently, and provisionally, I thought, in South Africa anyway, there was probably an overemphasis on involving medical scientists, epidemiologists, and modelers in terms of putting together advisory groups. And this came at the expense, of course, of social scientists, of behavioral scientists, of ethicists. And I think when you lack that multidisciplinary input, you often end up getting a scientific echo chamber. And you'll find essentially what happens there is that when you have an overrepresentation of certain disciplines, what ends up happening there is that there's a lack of critical thinking, and I think some of the ethical implications don't get taken into account. So, as Sumia correctly pointed out, the impact in education is not taken into account. The impact on saving lives and not balancing that with livelihoods doesn't get taken into account. So I think, governments around the world react sometimes differently. And I think, there's been a better attempt in South Africa to integrate ethics probably than in many other places. But I think one of the core challenges is that when we're putting together people who are supposed to give ethics input in any country, not just in South Africa, but in any country, I think there's sometimes a belief that people can wing it. But what we really need is we need dedicated ethicists who are trained to know how to appraise something from an ethics perspective. Very often you find people think that they are making ethical decisions, but in fact, they're not trained ethicists. They don't really have a background in terms of appraising something in some sort of systematic way. So in terms of how different issues have been handled in South Africa and elsewhere, I think, it's challenging. I think HIV requires a different response from TB, that requires a different response from COVID-19. And I think that, even ethicists come with different perspectives. And the one way of trying to ensure that we have this is to ensure that we have multidisciplinary critical thinkers who are not afraid to ask difficult and inconvenient questions, because that's the job of an ethicist, is to make people think about things. And even if it means asking inconvenient questions and exposing inconvenient truths, the goal there is to actually move things forward. And this is what I think distinguishes an ethicist from a modeler, as an example, or an epidemiologist, is that the goal here is to think about things from a variety of different perspectives, but also to consider the human impact of different decisions and balancing that, of course, with different values. And this is what a skilled ethicist is able to do.
One of the criticism of ethics is precisely what you said. We raise a lot of questions, but we don't answer them. And politicians and policymakers, especially in an emergency, have to answer questions. Is it really that smart to raise a lot of complicated questions that can't be answered when you have to make critical decisions? Is there a way ethicists can be more constructive?
Well, I think what ethicists can do is to raise the questions and to put it onto the radar, to put it onto the agenda. Sometimes that's an important goal in itself. We can answer a question. An ethicist can actually make a decision. We're not paralyzed by indecision. But I think the goal of an ethicist is to raise different issues and to ask the difficult questions. When a policymaker or when a politician makes a decision, they of course have a variety of different factors. They face economic pressure. They face pressures from religious leaders, and they face pressure from, of course, different trade unions. They face pressure from various quarters. But they've got to take different inputs into account in making a decision. And I think when you lack an ethicist on being on that table to give input on there, you find that that's where sometimes some pressure groups who scream louder have their voices heard. But the goal of an ethicist, as I said, we can give an answer to something. But I think, what we ask, the question we ask is what should be done. The law may ask what must be done based on what the legal framework is. Human rights may ask a similar question, what must be done based on each country's human rights framework. An ethicist sets a higher bar and asks what should be done. And sometimes this doesn't actually, agree with what the law requires. It doesn't agree with what human rights requires, because ethics sets a separate standard. It's sometimes secular, doesn't make the people who are coming from religious groups happy, but we are there to ask difficult questions and to put things on the radar. So I think we can give a question and give an answer to something, but our role is mainly advisory in nature. And we can advise on something, put different perspectives together, and give decision makers something to think about in terms of how to weigh up different factors and what would be the ethical implications of taking one decision versus another. And as long as they are properly appraised of that, they can then make, of course, a better decision in terms of, taking cumulative factors into account and making a sound decision based on all of them. But I think when you lack an ethics voice in the room, as I said, sometimes depending on who you pack the room with, you can have an echo chamber, and sometimes you can have something being overhyped, underhyped, and you may find in certain situations, politicians in particular don't like inconvenient truths. And so they make decisions based on political expediency rather than on what may necessarily be right in a particular situation. But it's our goal to ask the difficult questions and put it on there and to push the envelope and to challenge and to raise the bar even higher than what human rights may require.
Dr. Grady, you've been an advisor on national commissions or presidential commissions. and you've seen many of these kind of emergencies up close. How do you think ethics can be effectively integrated into decision making when you have all these other considerations, like, you know, legitimately politicians are politicians and worry about the public support. They worry about economics and keeping the economy going and other factors that may not be ethical.
Yep. Thank you, Zeke, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. I would like to pick up a little bit on some of the things that Jerome just said, if in response to your question, because I really do believe that ethics at the table is incredibly important. But as Jerome said, raising interesting questions, helping to answer them, but not like telling people what to do is really, I think, the most useful role of ethics. One of the things that I've noticed in this pandemic is that, you know, I think Soumya said, you know, each country implements things in their own way. But what I've noticed really strongly in the last 20 months is how each locality implements the ethical considerations in their own way. And it's been really striking to me, ethics has been involved in a lot of hospitals and a lot of state level decisions and a lot of local level decisions, and maybe more so than in previous pandemics, but they certainly get different levels of value. I mean, some states and some institutions value them greatly, and they have a major input into the kinds of decisions that are being made and the kinds of implementation of guidances like the WHO committee and other groups have put together. You know, all of those kinds of guidances are really helpful in helping people understand what to think about, but they still need to be implemented. And the decisions about how to implement them, I think, are very local and then diverse.
Princess Nono, you've been advising the South African government, but also lots of other governments. How do you think they consider ethics, and how seriously when weighed against, say, economics or health concerns? You're on mute.
Okay, thanks very much, Ezekiel, and greetings to the other colleagues and panelists who are here. Yeah, I think it's a very difficult question. I've witnessed at very close range the challenges that politicians face in the not so distant past when I was deployed to my own country to assist with the vaccination program. I saw how particularly difficult it was to even tailor the guidance that we make at WHO to the national context, especially in a place where there are deeply entrenched inequities. It was really challenging. I didn't hear or see a strong presence of ethicists in the advisory groups, unfortunately. And I think there was a very sharp confluence of politics, obviously, science, inequity, ethics, in the face of a ferocious pandemic. And I think, you know, in hindsight, when I think about some of the decisions that were made, there was also no time, I think, to mull over things sufficiently to get to a decision that would address all issues that this pandemic brought up. So it was a very difficult space, but decisions had to be made. And unfortunately, most of the time, it was the poorest, the most vulnerable, ones that were far to reach, ones that were already at the lowest rung of society, that who did not benefit or who suffered more, you know, because if you lock people down and people live in an urban informal settlement and there's 15 of them in a 3-roomed house, how do they even begin to do that social distancing? How do they begin to apply those public health measures? So the contrasts were very stark, and, having an opportunity to visit people in the informal settlements and to then be in a place where, one could be on your own in a 6-roomed house and have access to Zoom and do, those were very sharp. And I think it's difficult. I think we're not out of the woods yet. And it should be an imperative, I think, to have ethicists at the table. And it's a recommendation that I think, Jerome, we should push for much harder, because there's so many different things at play. And even in a national context where you have 9 provinces in South Africa, everybody was coming at this in different ways. But it really, the ethics should and must inform the responses right now, especially now with the new variant we're seeing is infecting younger children. In South Africa, they are not benefiting from being vaccinated. Now, where do you start? Do you wait for the evidence from the scientists, or do you take the balance that says, well, it's better for us to move ahead with this in order to secure the time that Somia mentioned in terms of time lost out of school and just that lost generation of children? What would be the ethical choice to make here? So these are difficult things, Ezekiel. They're not easy, honestly.
Dr. Fauci, I wanted to ask you, Christine has said that she thinks it's important to have an ethicist around the table in these policy deliberations. I don't think there's an ethicist at the White House, but do you have special help in that? Because you can have Dr. Grady around the dinner table to discuss this and then bring that to the policy. I'm actually being quite serious, because I think that's a kind of way we often don't think about, is who your social circle is and whether you might intersect and discuss some of these things, not in the policy decision moment, but as you reflect on them.
Zeke, I'm really glad you asked that question, because I just was writing a note to myself as Jerome and others and Sumia and Onowitz was speaking, because it is a really very important point, because we would hope that those of us in public health and in science and medicine have a core fundamental principles that are ethical principles by which you guide what you do, you guide your decision. But I have found very, very clearly, since the almost 40 years that I've been with Christine, and when you were at the NIH, and I also learned from you, is that a person who is an ethicist, who's training in the discipline of ethics, absolutely gives you a different perspective, because if it's a given that most people, we would hope, have good principles that guide them that are ethical. But when questions come up, as Jerome said, you have to ask questions that someone who isn't trained in ethics may not ask the question or ask it in a specific way. And there are a number of examples of that. Particularly one that's most recent and very charged that I would like to bring up, because I think it's something that's on the front burner of everyone, is that when we had the emergence of the Omicron variant, there was an almost knee-jerk response on the part of a number of countries, including the United States, to block travel from the countries in which there was recognizable cases of Omicron. And I think that knee-jerk reaction was understandable. It had political and nationalistic aspects to it to protect your country. But you also have to take into consideration your responsibility, not only to your country, but to the rest of the world. And I think that was a very, very difficult decision. And I think there are fundamental ethical questions that needed to be asked, getting back to what Jerome and Christine said, about how long you keep that up. When does the point come when you say, okay, we made the point, now we've got to pull back? And are there ethical principles that are driving you to really make sure you make a really important, relevant, and appropriate decision in that regard? So the short answer to your question is that being with Christine all these years, I have become to a full realization of the need of someone who really does have training in ethics to be there to ask the questions, to complement one's own fundamental core ethical principles.
So, Soumya, maybe I can ask you, at the WHO, there's sometimes a feeling of politics, ethics, economics, technical matters, not all being equally represented, or if represented, not all being equally weighed. How, when you're giving advice or making this fundamental decisions like on COVID, can we weigh them? And at the moment when the decision is being formulated, how often do you think an ethicist should be around the table, or should we just have policymakers who are ethically sensitive, as Tony's said?
Well, I think, Zeke, the advice that we give to the rest of the world must apply to us as well. We have to have the same standards. And what we do try to do is to incorporate that into our guideline development. So the guideline development work of WHO, as you know, is very highly technical. It's based on the science, the data. It's based on a review of all of the data, a systematic review, a meta-analyses, etc. And then you have an impartial guideline development group that looks at the data and then decides which recommendations are supported and which are not. But in that checklist, they also have to consider the ethical implications of making a recommendation. So if you're making a recommendation to use a drug which costs millions of dollars, this will probably not be considered appropriate. So even in our essentials medicines list, for example, the committee that does that work does look at equity and ethics, at cost, particularly at cost benefit before making these guidelines. Now, this does not happen for all of the recommendations we put out, and particularly in emergency situation. Nono was also mentioning that we're always being pushed to come up with something as quickly as possible because countries are moving ahead. They're not waiting for us to come up with our guidance. And so we have to have this fine balancing act. But I think in principle, we should also always have an ethicist at the table. And of course, the expertise is also limited. Zeke, we have to appreciate, we have a very strong bioethics unit that's co-led by Catherine Littler and Andreas Reis, but there's a huge amount of work on their plate. They cannot be present at every meeting of every guideline. But I think we build it into the system so that people at least think about it. And perhaps we could improve on that further. Maybe we can develop a checklist of questions that need to be asked, etc. So I think it's also reminding people to, because otherwise sometimes you just don't think of these things. As Jerome was saying, it's just putting them on the table so at least you're aware when you're making those decisions.
Maybe I can ask a follow-up, which is, I mean, you did mention, that, for example, on the essential medicines list, and you have to look at a cost-benefit ratio. I mean, those are the kinds of things which I think can quickly be hijacked by the economists and undermine ethical considerations. How do we protect against that? That it very quickly goes to the technical, even when we think we might be doing ethics.
The only way to ensure that, Zeke, I think, is at the country level, to have that awareness and a willingness to engage ethicists. Because as I said, WHO does things which are supposed to apply to the whole world. Now that's really tough, considering each of our 194 member states is unique and different and very different contexts. So I think we need to maybe more promote the kind of multidisciplinary decision-making that we were talking about now, maybe not just for pandemics, but also for other things like climate change and health and the relationships between decisions that the finance ministry is making on what does that implication for health, for example? And will it be disadvantaging some groups within the country more than others? You know, that's the kind of, and I think this is new. I don't think it's discussed in cabinet meetings, frankly. And maybe that's something we should be promoting.
Jerome, maybe I can flip. As an ethicist, do you think that ethicists need maybe a little more policy sensitivity and understanding of the other considerations besides their own when they come to these decisions, so that they are sensitive to the multifaceted, that it's not only ethics driving things, but ethics needs to be integrated with all the other factors? And do the ethicists need understanding of that more, and would that make them more relevant?
So thanks for the question, Zeke. So I think probably, you know, it's very difficult to answer a question in this type of panel, but I think when people think of ethicists, they lump all ethicists together. You've got different types of ethicists, like how you have different types of clinicians and specialities in medicine. And one of the fields that maybe is closer to the question that you are asking is the field of applied ethics. And the field of applied ethics, if you're a good applied ethicist, you need to be fully aware of all the different issues that are important to making the decision. And you've got to factor in multiple different issues in coming to that, you know, in coming to some sort of advisory, or even if you're making that decision yourself. I think, you know, when people think of ethicists, they think of stuffy people who are coming up with philosophical claims or philosophical arguments that don't go anywhere, and these are theories. But in fact, applied ethics actually is very real. So for example, deciding on who should get the last ICU bed, who should get the last ventilator, who should be prioritized for vaccines. These are questions that are best answered by an ethicist, but also taking into account a good knowledge of the ecosystem that they're living in. So for example, how many older people do you have? How many healthcare workers do you have? How many ventilators do you have? This means taking into account a full range of considerations and having all the facts at your disposal when you're making an advisory. So I think a good ethicist is one who in fact is properly embedded in their ecosystem and also is quite knowledgeable about what the current state of affairs is. And I think a good ethicist is also very good at anticipating potential challenges and, more importantly, counter arguments, because a good ethicist needs to anticipate what an argument is going to be and what the different arguments from different perspectives are in coming to their decision. And if you're giving an ethics advisory, it's putting all those different aspects down, saying, if you take this decision, these are the 5 issues that could come up. If you take that decision, these are the 5 issues, and these are the ethical dimensions of those different issues. So I think, you know, if you give something to a wrong ethicist, just as if you give something to a wrong clinician, you may not have a good outcome. But you get a good ethicist who's quite familiar with different facts, figures, and statistics, and a whole range of other important factors. They'll come up with, hopefully, a good frame of questions or a good framework for the decision maker to come up with a decision. So I think, you know, as I said, we can come up with a decision ourselves, but very often our role is advisory and to guide, we counsel. And at the end of the day, we try to put as many things on the table as possible. And we can sometimes give guidance by saying, this is what should be done. But we don't necessarily always make the decisions. But I think to give advice about what should be done, we have to know what's around us and what the different issues are, or else we'll have blind spots. And a bad ethicist is one who doesn't take into account the blind spots. We've got to know all potential blind spots, come up with the best advice we can, and let the decision makers or an advisory body make that decision. But the end of the day is that, you know, I think it's important to be aware of different things. And it means reading up on more than just ethics. A bad ethicist is one who just reads on philosophy. You've got to know what the law is. You've got to know what human rights is. You've got to know what the science is. You've also got to know what your political reality is. And you've got to know what different religions say about a certain issue, because these are all different aspects that actually impact on decision making. So if you want to give a really good nuanced ethical analysis of something, you've got to know all these different dimensions, or else you're going to have a blind spot.
Christine, given all the things that Jerome has just mentioned, how do you think, do you think, I guess the question is, how should ethicists, when they're sitting at the table, advise? And I'm particularly sensitive to the question of whether they're prepared to give advice that is policy relevant, and how should that happen, and how does it happen?
Well, I do agree with Jerome that ethicists need to be informed. And, you know, a lot of my work is related to science and scientific inquiry and clinical trials and things. It seems like in order to give good ethics advice and to be at the table, making decisions about scientific directions or designs, et cetera, you've got to understand the science. You've got to understand enough of the science and enough of the details in order to be able to make sense of it. And I think it's true no matter which part of the world you're invested in and advising in. So you mentioned economics, Zeke. I think that, you know, ethicists need to know, especially if they're dealing with policy issues at the national level or at certain political levels, they need to know more about economics than some of us do. And so it is really important for those of us who call ourselves ethicists to know what we're able to do and what we're not able to do, and to learn the kinds of contexts that we need to learn. And be humble about what we can offer if we don't understand the context as well as we should.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I can ask you, Tony, about this issue. I think Samia suggested a checklist of ethical considerations. I have to say I'm skeptical, and I don't know whether in the policymaking circles that would be better. I guess the reason I'm skeptical is it's easy to say we should consider justice, we should consider the vulnerable, but how we should consider them is what's relevant. And just having a checklist seems to me worrisome. But on the other hand, maybe for people who aren't necessarily trained ethicists, that would be helpful in policymaking circles. How do you view that?
No, I think there does need to be, I don't know if you would call it a checklist, but certainly something that needs to be considered on every decision. You know, one of the things I find, you know, important and noteworthy is that when I get involved in some of the policy decisions, the power of politics and the power of policy is very strong and heavy in a room. And every once in a while, you really gotta, maybe it's a checklist the way Sumia says, but somebody's gotta call a timeout and say, have we considered this and this and this? Because you shouldn't underestimate when you have national and international issues at stake, that there is a powerful move towards certain policies and certain political considerations. And it's almost as if the ethicist doesn't necessarily have to say you're doing something unethical, because that's not really what we're talking about. That's the extreme.
It's a showstopper.
I mean, that everybody, you know, almost anybody can realize that. But it is, I think, important to add and instill into the discussion in a continual basis what the ethical principles and what the ethical implications are. Because often when you're dealing with big time decisions, that it isn't that ethics are disregarded, but you don't always have somebody raise their hand and say, wait a second, what is the ethical component of this? So I do think if you want to call it a checklist or you want to call it, you know, a sort of a guidebook, but I do think we need more of that in some of the top levels, combination policy, political decisions.
To restrain the political imperatives?
To keep them honest.
To keep them honest.
Yeah.
Sumia, you had your hand, you wanted to.
Yeah, I really think that's very important. And I think that, for example, in our guideline development groups, we always have somebody from the affected communities, because we realized a few years ago, in fact, the TB community came back, and I know Tony's spoken extensively about his own experience with HIV activists and how that changed the way that science was done at the NIH. And I really think that having those voices, I have the same experience in India also, of having those voices from the affected communities. I think that is not done often enough. And I've seen in Thailand, for example, they have what they call a People's Health Assembly that meets every year. And it's the people who tell the government what they would like in terms of healthcare. And, you know, when we put out all these public health measures and we expect people to follow them, we never, like Nono was saying, we never heard from the people who were affected how they were going to comply, or what would be the practical issues that may arise. And so I do think expanding that circle, listening to more voices, having an ethicist, but also having the end users or the public provide inputs. And that's come up in the chat as well. Somebody says, how can the public actually provide some inputs into policy making?
Well, I want to raise this issue because just having the public doesn't mean the public is ethical. I mean, the public, as we know, can often be unethical. How much should we push on? Public input tends to be more political than ethical. Maybe Princess Nono, you can address that.
I find that often public interest and involvement is usually to make sure people have an understanding. And often when people are interested or they've been adversely affected by a political decision, it's important for them or for the politicians to understand that. I have hardly, or maybe we overlook this, but I just find that most communities, even in the context of a pandemic, people are very worried about the day-to-day, their survival, So if the things you're doing are not responding to their immediate need, that's not unethical, but it may be something that you are not thinking about at that time. You are trying to say to them, okay, here I have a vaccine for you. And they're saying, but when I get home, what am I going to eat? Which is often what is happening. So I haven't, even in the HIV times when we really were struggling with ARVs, there was maybe, I don't know, Jerome, you might have a different view. Nothing, maybe the ways in which activists pushed sometimes was a bit unethical, because sometimes people were just shouting and swearing at public servants, which was not right. But the driving force is really equity and access for the most vulnerable. And that's what I've found even in this pandemic, is that the fundamental questions are usually for the people: what is going to happen to me, my family, my life, and how does government recompense me for putting these lockdowns on my life? Those are the things, and it's up to the politicians, I think, and the policymakers to make sure that the answers are there. But if you failed to respond to those needs over time, you have a hard time convincing groups of people in a community to follow your line, when in fact you haven't done anything much to change the circumstances of their lives.
So, this is an interesting challenge, because I think it's natural for politicians to, or policymakers to defer to the public and to want to be sure. And often ethics is not, the public and the ethics don't necessarily correspond. How do you think those should be weighed, Jerome?
Well, I think, Zeke, you hit the nail on the head earlier when you said, just because you have the public giving input, it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll have what's an ethical outcome. Very often, when we speak about the field of human rights, we often say that constitutions and bills of rights are not there to entrench the rights of the majority, but to give voices and protection to the minority. And so you'll find that sometimes, when just using a few examples here, you look at the issue of migrants in many parts of the world, highly politicized. The majority of people don't want migrants in, but they've got needs, they've got vulnerabilities. So sometimes looking at what the impact or what the needs are of the majority and what they want doesn't necessarily always result in an ethical outcome. So I think, we've got to be quite careful. We've got to make sure, and I think, the one point that I did want to make is that when we're looking at the role of an ethicist, we often just, in our context, we're talking about ethicists having a role in informing governments and policymakers and decision makers. I think ethicists also have a very important role in informing society and getting people to realize that there are many other issues and considerations and other people to take into account. A lot of people are self-serving, they think about themselves, their own communities. But a role of an ethicist is also to make people aware and to conscientize people about the needs of others and the real roles and responsibilities of others. So, for example, some ethicists may say every person should be vaccinated, and others may say people should have a right to choose. But I think, when you're an ethicist, you've got to tell people what the implications are of not vaccinating for yourself and for others, as an example. And that means that, our role is to educate and to also raise awareness and conscientize communities as well. And, I think Dr. Fauci mentioned very early on about the Omicron variant. This is an important thing. And just as an aside, the response sometimes has been knee-jerk reaction. If you look at the anagram, rearrange the words of Omicron, you come to the word moronic. And, some of the responses of how knee-jerk reactions were without a strong evidentiary basis is, in my opinion, sometimes, it was unjustified. Ethical implications were not taken into account. It's interrupted not just, people's lives, but also science as well, because we need to exchange and transport specimens. If you're canceling flights, how are you going to transport your specimens for other labs to share? So I think, at the end of the day, an ethicist has a role to play here. But, coming back to the point that you asked, the ethicist has an important role in informing society as well, because we can't only go on the basis of what people want, the general public. The general public may be informed by misinformation and may have a wrong basis for why they believe what they believe. And our job is to educate, to challenge the views, and also to put different perspectives on the table for people to maybe think about things.
Christine, is what's been said here about how ethicists can maybe help policymakers, a checklist or some other, is that an imperative to the ethics community to make their work more useful to people who aren't necessarily trained ethicists? And how do you react to that kind of checklist idea? I mean, I would note that one of the things on a checklist might be, to pick up on Princess Nono's view, is, look, we have a principle of the fact that we should help the least well off. Is that the kind of thing that would be useful for policymakers?
Yes, excuse me, definitely used for policymakers. And, the role of the ethicist in that kind of situation can be to help think through who is the worst off, who are the least well off. How do we make decisions that will, take into consideration what's best for the worst off? I mean, and those kinds of things aren't so obvious all the time. I'll give you one very simple example that happened recently. A colleague who was involved in a decision about closing a clinic on certain days of the week because they didn't have enough staff. And the original recommendation from the facility was, we'll just close it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and everybody who comes in on Tuesdays and Thursdays has to go somewhere else. And he said, well, that's really not equitable. We need to think about all of the people across the whole week and try to figure out, who needs it the most, who's the least well off, how can we reschedule? I mean, so those kinds of things, there's simple examples of how the principle of helping the least well off needs lots of discussion about what that means and how to do it in any particular case. And I think having an ethicist at the table allows that kind of conversation, whereas a checklist would at least get people to think, well, we need to think of the least well off, but we still have to get into the weeds of what does that mean in this case.
So, Soumya, do you think one of the things we should be doing is to try to develop this core checklist that includes questions of allocation?
Well, the checklist that I was talking about was more for policymaking in the normal course, not pandemic necessarily, but when we do our guidelines or when countries are making policies, that there may be a need, because right now ethics considerations are completely missing from the table. And ideally you would like a bioethicist involved, but at least if that is not possible, have something that the committee could look at. Otherwise, as Jerome said, you're amplifying, these committees usually become amplifying chambers for similar kinds of views. So as far as, whether heads of state or ministers could also have checklists when they make big policy decisions, perhaps it's an idea worth exploring further.
Besides, the allocation issues have been the most complicated, I would say, during this pandemic, not the only. And again, my experience is they tend to be hijacked by the economists. Is there some formula we need that would help, Tony?
I'm sorry, Zeke, would you just repeat the question? I'm
No,
sorry.
no, it's the allocation issues have been the tough ones. Is there some, do ethicists need a formula? And they often tend to be hijacked by the economists doing this cost benefit analysis. They have a number. Do ethicists need a formula? Would that be helpful to them in allocation issues?
You know, I don't know if I could answer that question. I would imagine if I would say they do need a formula that I might get a pushback from the ethicist. So I would have to ask Jerome and Christine and yourself about that. I mean, I don't know. I think formula kind of boxes you in a little bit and gets a little bit too rigid. So I would think not, Zeke. I would really be interested in what Jerome and Christine think about that.
Jerome, you're on the spot.
Yeah, I agree with Tony. I'm not in favor of a strict checklist. I think only because, you'll find some politicians, literally, we develop the term, it's a checklist, you just tick the boxes. And so you may end up going through the process, but without actually really engaging on the issues. What we need is a person in the room to engage on the issues, ask the difficult questions, challenge different thinking on the issue, and maybe leave people with more questions than answers, but that's what the goal is to get people to think about issues more. I think when you have a checklist, it raises maybe some topics for consideration, but it's not going to help you answer the question. It's like how you find when you do an application form, you just check the list when you do a visa application. Have you included your passport photo? Have you included this? It's like, yes, but did you answer all the questions is a different question. And did you answer the questions honestly is a different question. So, having a checklist is maybe a starting point. It's maybe more helpful for an ethicist to have a checklist, but I wouldn't advise a policymaker or a decision maker to have a checklist as a substitute for an ethicist, because a checklist doesn't ask the inconvenient questions. An ethicist may ask the inconvenient questions.
Good. Did someone want to say? Did I miss? Sumya, I was wondering if when you advise different countries, do you think that there really are different ethical principles, or do you think that they're universal and things like protecting the least well off, ensuring that we're not discriminating against people? Does it really matter which country, or is it something that we really can do at a more universal level?
Well, the principles are universal, Zeke. I don't think they vary. It's how they're used and adopted and implemented in countries that may have to be modified contextually, but I think principles are the same. Unfortunately, as everybody knows, these principles that we set out for equity, particularly in the sharing of scarce supplies, have not borne fruit because of nationalism and every country just wanting to focus on their own population, which is very understandable. But again, in a pandemic, you have to think a little bit differently. And this is why we're in a situation today, where we have this raging pandemic in some parts of the world with unprotected people and so on.
Let me press you on that. Nationalism does seem to me to be fundamentally an issue of responding to what the people want. In India, they wanted the vaccines to stay in India. That's nationalism. Or in the United States, we wanted the vaccines to stay in the United States for our citizens first. So when people say, well, we should listen to democracy and listen to ethics, I mean, they seem to be, vaccine nationalism seems to be a great example of that kind of tension between those two things, not where they actually correspond, but where, in fact, there is this tension.
Yes, but if all political leaders had spoken with the same voice and used the same principles to explain to their people why it was important that the vulnerable be protected around the world before the 18-year-olds get their vaccines, or the 12-year-olds, if all political leaders had said the same thing, I do not think we would be in a situation. People are not stupid. They can understand the rationale for decisions being made. So it's only when you see one country doing one thing, and if your leader is telling you, you should wait, then it becomes very difficult. But this is why right at the beginning we said for a pandemic that we need, and I hope now at least that we've got agreement to discuss a pandemic treaty, that we will put in place some rules that everybody abides by.
Princess Nono, you wanted to come in on this issue?
Oh, yes. I think, it's important what Somya has just said is that, I mean, in the face of a pandemic, you know, equity should have been really the primary focus at this point, you know, given that now we're facing another variant. We're dealing with an unpredictable virus, you know, so the scientists have always told us that. Dr. Fauci has said this many, many times. So I really believe that we failed ourselves, you know, by failing to stick to the principle of equity. We really did, and we should call it what it is and look for ways to correct that, because we won't get out of this pandemic for as long as there are people who are still vulnerable, who don't have access. We are just going around the same circle, around the same hill without getting to the summit. So that, I think, should drive everything we do.
Tony, this issue of nationalism and ethics in tension, I'm sure you see it at the White House. How does that resolve, and how can ethicists help it resolve better?
Well, you know, getting back to what we've been saying over the last several minutes, over the last hour, is that I think to ask the questions that Jerome and Christine and others have said, I mean, to really pose the questions so that when you have the considerations that you have at the highest levels, in the case of our own country here in the United States, it would be at the level of the White House, is to make sure that questions are asked and put on the table when you have these very intense, sometimes difficult and problematic discussions about decision-making, several examples of which we've already spoken about. So that's where I think, you know, what we're talking about now, about having the questions at least asked. They're inconvenient, as Jerome said, no doubt, many of them are inconvenient, but somebody's got to ask them. So that's where I think the ethicists can be an important part of the dialogue.
Dr. Grady, thoughts on things like nationalism?
I agree with that, although I don't think that even asking the tough questions and getting people to think about them is always going to win the day. You know, nationalism is a strong pull, and people, politicians and people are very nationalistic, I would say. And so to get them to think about global equity and how that affects them is a really important step, but it's not always going to win.
All right. I'm going to go around the horn for any final thoughts. Soumya.
Well, I've been stimulated by this discussion to really think more deeply about how WHO can help bring ethics into policy making at the national level, and hopefully we can. There have been several suggestions made today, but I think we do need to work on this issue. Thanks.
Jerome.
I think if you're an ethicist, you should be pushing for your representation of your community at the table. And I think if you're an ethicist, my advice is ask the difficult questions and always have a fact-based and evidence-based for your question. Never make something that can actually be attacked. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, ethics is an important discipline. We don't want to be a side interest. We don't want to be brought in after the fact and to be brought in for damage control. We want to be in at the start of the discussion. We want to be able to be involved in helping to formulate solutions. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, we can do this at a local, at a national, and even at a global level. And that's what I think the important role of ethics is.
Princess Nono.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with Jerome and Soumya. I think, but more importantly for me, it's a presence of ethicists at the national level. What I have noticed and what we need to deal with is also the different levels of understanding of policymakers that we've got to deal with, that everybody comes to that table with their portfolio in mind and without maybe taking into account, you know, what the education sector needs or what this one needs. We really need to think about how we can also help politicians understand these difficult concepts. We mustn't assume that because people are running the country that they necessarily have, you know, a sophisticated understanding of these issues that are part of this discussion. So we need ethicists, and we need ethicists that can also make understanding of the issues simpler for those politicians that need it. Thank you. Thanks,
Great.
Ezekiel.
Dr. Grady?
Yeah, I agree. Integrating ethicists at every level is the ideal world. I also just want to add, I think, in addition to politicians, as somebody said earlier, ethicists have a role in helping to explain to everybody, the clinicians, the public, everybody that we work with, what some of these things mean and how they apply to the situations at hand. Because people are interested, they just don't understand necessarily all the complexities. And so helping people understand those is very valuable.
Dr. Fauci, last word of this panel.
Well, I want to tell you, I really want to thank you. I feel very privileged to be part of this discussion. I hope that many of my colleagues get the opportunity to hear about what we've discussed over the last hour, because I live every day with an ethicist, and I could say I've actually learned a lot over the last hour about different perspectives. So thank you for moderating this, Zeke. It's been really very informative to me. And thank the rest of the panelists. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to be interacting with you.
I want to thank you 5 panelists. It's actually been a very lively discussion. And I would say that I think we've probably come to 2 conclusions, which I would have never predicted at the start. So a panel that sort of does the unexpected is very useful. One is, I think there is widespread agreement between both the policymakers and the ethicists. Having ethicists at the table can be useful to bring a perspective that isn't always there. And I think flip side for the ethicist, getting a core list of questions that need to be addressed to policy, and also core ways of looking at how policy can be ethical that policymakers can implement, could be a very useful thing that we can bring to the table, so that in an emergency we can better able to have the ethical considerations integrated into political, economic, health, and other deliberations. So with that, I think both sides have work to do on getting ethics integrated into policy. And again, I want to thank the panel, and I want to thank the hundreds of people out there listening.
Thank you, Zeke.
Thank you, Zeke.
Thank you, Zeke.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zeke.
Back to Beatrice.
Thank you very much for the panel in the first session. We're now going to move to the second session, and I'd like to introduce Florencia Luna, who will be the moderator, and ask all the panel members for the second session if they would kindly put their cameras on. Just a reminder, there's a lot going on, I know, but we will have a break after this session, a 20-minute break, and we'll also at the same time show video. So over to you without further ado, Florencia.
Well, hello to all. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. A very warm welcome to everyone. Well, in this session, we heard some reflections about how to work with ethics. Now we are going to discuss the second objective of this meeting, which is to speak about models and examples of success and failures of ethical translation into policy making. For this, I have an excellent panel, and I would like them to introduce. They will speak 5 minutes approx, and then we'll begin to do some questions and take some questions from the Q&A. So if you want to, please do send us your Q&A, and I will try to follow that. So my first speaker is Professor Mike Parker. Professor Parker is Professor of Bioethics and Director of Ethos in Oxford, member of the UK Government Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, SAGE. So, dear Mike, the microphone is, the floor is for you.
Great, thanks, Florencia. I mean, it's really hard to follow that previous session, which was so rich and interesting. I mean, in a way, I guess, just try to say a few things which add to that, maybe move the discussion on, as you said, to be a little bit more kind of about specific examples and experiences and things that have gone wrong and gone well. So yeah, I'm speaking today primarily about my experience, as you mentioned, of being on the UK Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies. I'm also on a WHO advisory group and another ethics committee that works in this area, but I'm going to focus on that role because I think it's maybe more unusual and possibly more interesting for this discussion. So yeah, around about just how this happened, about last year, March 2020, I was at home on a weekend watching TV and I got a phone call on my phone, and it was from Patrick Vallance, Sir Patrick Vallance, who's the kind of chief scientific officer advisor to the government in the UK. And of course, it's one of those phone calls you get and you think, is this real or isn't it? You know, is it not real? But anyway, he was asking me to be a member of this scientific advisory group on emergencies, which was responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and advising the UK government. So that's kind of, and I've been on that since, you know, for around about 100 meetings over the last couple of years. So that's kind of, and this is, I'm the only humanities scholar on that group. There are a couple of social scientists who work in sort of large scale behavioral work, but I'm certainly the only ethicist and actually the only humanities scholar. So some reflections on that just in a couple of minutes. And firstly, I think it's a real privilege to be asked to be in that kind of role. I don't know whether anyone with an ethics background has done that before. So to have the opportunity to speak directly to government, directly to policymakers, to respond to policymakers and to think nationally about these things is clearly very important, and it's a privilege to be in that position. And I've always, in a way, although I'm in that space, I've always tried to bear in mind my global concerns, global justice questions in that work. But primarily my work is focusing on the national level. So I want to sort of say something about what's it like to be in that role as an ethicist, to be an insider, really. And what's it like? What are the ethics of being in that situation, I think, and we can talk maybe more about that as we go on. But I think, you know, the model of integrating, so as I said, this is a scientific advisory group. So I was in there as an integrated ethicist providing scientific advice to the government. So that's, as I say, there are great advantages to that role, but also a certain amount of diplomacy required, because the group wasn't set up to provide ethics advice to the government. It was about providing scientific advice. I always had to find ways of raising ethics in ways that were directly related to science and to get my voice and the concerns raised. So that was always a bit of a, but I think it was clear to everyone, even the most kind of, you know, even ministers and so on, that almost all of the big decisions that have had to be made, as Tony Fauci said earlier, all of the big decisions have had a crucial moral and ethical dimension. So there was awareness of that. You know, and what do I think? How did I see my role as an ethicist? I suppose, you know, in a fairly standard way from an ethicist perspective, but those on the call are not all ethicists, so maybe say something. I mean, I think part of my role was about raising awareness of the fact that ethics matters. Partly it was about identifying and clarifying different courses of action and sort of trying to map out the ethical arguments in favor and against each of those different courses of action, trying to say something about what the implications of making a particular choice might be. And as I say, this is very hard to do in the context of a scientific advisory committee. And one of the ways in which, I've mentioned a couple of ways in which it was difficult, but one way in which it was difficult is it's quite important, I think this relates to the discussion in the previous session, to try to distinguish ethics advice from ethics instruction. So one of the responses I quite often got during meetings and still get is these decisions, the kind of decisions I'm talking about are political decisions, they're not scientific decisions. So I had to try to find a way of saying, look, my job here is not to make those decisions, not to tell you what the right answer is, but to try to map out the implications of various courses of action and what would it be what a coherent approach might look like if you took those routes without actually saying what the right thing to do was, because that wasn't my job. And just as the scientists weren't there to say you should have a lockdown or you shouldn't have a lockdown, it's to say these are the scientific or medical implications, public health implications. So I think that's really interesting. Another reason why I think my role in the science group was important. Sorry, you'll have to wave or something, Florencia. I didn't check what time I started, but just tell me if I'm going on too long.
Just a little bit more.
Okay, just a couple of things to flag up then, maybe. Yeah. I think one of the downsides of having an ethics advisory committee is that quite often in the UK, at least, that's identified with a particular department of government. So, for example, the health department. Whereas many of the ethical issues that arose in the pandemic and still arising are actually not to do with health. They're to do with things like education, to do with the economy, to do with a whole range of things that are actually not necessarily going to be addressed if you're sitting in a health department. And I think it's very important that ethics advice works across government, not just through one department. I think, so then just the final thing perhaps to say, because we'll have more chance to speak, is my role in this group has obviously raised issues to do with my personal moral integrity. So there's a principle of collective responsibility. I'm in a group that's providing advice after discussion, which is very thorough, multidisciplinary, wide-ranging. And it would not then be appropriate for me to step outside and say, I completely disagree with this committee's advice on every occasion. Nonetheless, there might be times when that is the right thing to do. So there's a kind of ethics of being in that role where you have to try to decide, you have to buy into the project, as it were. You have to say, I'm going to give ethics advice, I'm going to take on that responsibility, and I'm not going to kind of whistleblow every 5 minutes. On the other hand, struggling with this decision about, well, when you think the advice has led to decisions that were wrong, how do you manage that? So I'll stop there, and I realize I didn't say anything very specific, but hopefully it's enough for the discussion to get started. Thank you.
No, Mike, I think you gave us a lot of food for thought. It's very interesting, and I'm sure our other panelists will help us with this. So I'll introduce my next panelist, Dr. Rolly Mathur. She's the head of the ICMR Bioethics Unit at NCDIR, Bengaluru. She's member secretary of ICMR, Central Ethics Committee on Human Research, and serves as National Ethics Committee in India. Welcome, Dr. Rolly.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. If I may be allowed, I would like to present some slides.
You are?
Yes, thank you very much. So greetings to everyone from the ICMR Bioethics Unit India. Happy to be part of this very important discussion. So as we all know that policies and decisions involve considerations of several aspects, the need, evidence, magnitude, how they impact human lives, availability, economic aspects, societal, political, correctness, and weighing benefits and risks, and more. And what is right or wrong is hugely debatable, as well as there are competing moral frameworks and points of views. Presently, ethics has been able to create a space for itself when we talk about clinical ethics or research ethics. And there are ethics committees involved, but public health emergencies and disasters, these cannot be effectively addressed by these standards. Public health ethics has largely been a neglected area, and reminding us of the need for developing more locally relevant and contextual frameworks and standards. Ethics has to be integral to any such planning, and as we have been hearing in the previous session, unfortunately, it is often used as a tick box only, that ethics approval or ethics submission is made, but it doesn't really go into policy making. Development of a policy has to cater to individual needs versus collective goals, which may involve thinking not only about individual, but also country and state, and creating some conflicts in the process, and need to balance the benefits with the risk. And often the ethical consultations, as we heard, are taken as a hindrance or a roadblock, leading to delays because they ask uncomfortable questions. But there is need to ensure social justice and equity, and so that the poor and marginalized do not get excluded and the benefits can be fairly distributed. But all this is easier said than done because there are a lot of challenges: underinvestment, insufficient or uninformative data, limited human capacity, and others. And also we see the segregation of research from policy. Policy makers sit in another room, researchers are sitting in another room, and research is often, there is a very little chance of research informing this policy. So what we need is a public health policy framework that is built up on valid research, science, and ethical reasoning. Now, there are umpteen reports we have all seen across the globe, what went wrong, what could have been done better, how these decisions and policies have been criticized. And because although they have been planned by these policy committees in the best interest of controlling the pandemic and helping people, probably these need to be more human-centric to be accepted better. I like to highlight, because we were told to present some case study about where Central Ethics Committee was involved in the review of the rollout of Covaxin. Covaxin is India's indigenous vaccine developed by an Indian biotech company in close collaboration with National Institute of Virology of ICMR. Following successful preclinical phase 1, phase 2 studies, but before the phase 3 was completed, the Drugs Controller's Office had granted permission for vaccine rollout under an emergency use authorization, but with some clauses. It was called under restricted public use, in emergency situation, in public interest, with abundant caution, and in a clinical trial mode. Now, a joint implementation plan was received by our Central Ethics Committee, which serves as a National Ethics Committee for ICMR. There was usage of new terminology for which we did not have a definition before. And there was lack of clarity because this is not a research or this was not a clinical trial, but this was a rollout, vaccine rollout implementation program in the public, but it had to be done in a clinical trial mode in the initial stages. Members of the Central Ethics Committee were initially perturbed and they had not seen the data of phase 3 trials because that was not complete. And they were really, so there were a series of consultation meetings and back-to-back meetings before they actually came up with some landmark recommendations. And so they defined a framework for that. So one was that this is not a clinical trial, but it should have the same scientific and ethical vigor as a clinical trial, the rollout of the vaccine. Then the provisions of payment of compensation to persons who suffer from any injury due to their receiving the vaccine was to be included and paid. A compensation needed to be paid, and therefore budgets were built into that. And then a strong internal causality assessment committee was formed. There was no precedence actually of this kind of practice from anywhere in the world to prescribe compensation for persons who suffer from vaccine-related injury in a rollout program. The committee further suggested joint coordination committees, monitoring, oversight, reporting, and data safety reporting, and then AEFI committee, and there were control units that were set up to closely monitor and work along with the state governments for monitoring purpose. And also there were suggestions made by the committee about informed consent. This was again another decision that was taken to give opportunity to people to say no, because this study was still in an experimental stage, but being rolled out. And suitable IEC material and implementation of informed consent in local language by people who were duly trained, 24/7 helpline, restricted for use and third gender included, and have local contact person, psychosocial support. Lots of safeguards were suggested to get vigorous study data also. It was not a study actually, to collect that data and using transparency and accountability as the benchmark. Overall, the rollout had to abide with the ethical guidelines for research as well as clinical trial regulations. And the above Central Ethics Committee recommendations helped to ensure that implementation plan was initiated. And this was just an example to share where we had great learnings of how ethical considerations have helped to improve a large public health program that was rolled out. So with that, I really like to thank you and for this wonderful opportunity to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You were just in time. So I will present our third panelist, Dr. Sharon Kaur. She is senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law at the University Malaya in Malaysia, and a member of the Malaysian Independent COVID-19 Vaccination Advisory Group under the Ministry of Science and Technology. Dr. Kaur, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation. Just to share a little bit about my little experience here in Malaysia. So for the first time, I think in Malaysia, the government actually appointed an independent vaccine access committee that was independent of the Vaccine Access Committee under the Ministry of Health. And this was under the Ministry of Science and Technology. And the head of this particular committee, who was a public health professor, to my great surprise, invited me to sit on this committee because he thought it would be valuable to have an opinion of an ethicist. And much like Mike, everybody else on that committee was a scientist except for me. But nevertheless, it was great. And we had some really, really good discussions, and the scientists were really open to discussing and to actually thinking about the ethical foundations upon which we would frame this report. So in that sense, I think it was a first for the country, and it was such a great opportunity for me. But I think there were two aspects which perhaps were missed opportunities. And the first aspect I felt was that as a committee, we didn't really have as much access to granular data as we would have liked. And you know, following on from the first session, it's really, really difficult to provide any meaningful ethical advice or opinions if you don't really know the situation on the ground. So for example, one of the broader principles that we sort of raised was that you know, any sort of vaccine allocation strategy should try to mitigate vulnerabilities, because we knew that was playing a big part. But not knowing exactly what the disadvantage index in Malaysia was, where the exact vulnerabilities were, sort of made it very difficult to provide meaningful advice. And the lack of access to this data, I think, was a little bit, made it a little bit difficult. So, you know, ultimately the report that was provided was again very generic, not just from an ethical point of view, but even from a scientific point of view. The scientists were really, really hoping to have much more data. And the second thing that I thought was perhaps a missed opportunity was, although the report was submitted to the ministry and to the relevant minister, which was great, there didn't seem to be much of an appetite to continually engage with the committee. And I think this really harks back to what Dr. Jerome said, that, you know, one of the roles of ethicists is to ask difficult questions. And so once the actual vaccine rollout was being carried out, there were difficult questions that were being asked about certain aspects of the rollout. And when these questions were raised, there didn't seem to be much of an appetite to engage with us. And you know, we said we were told you can raise these issues in a public town hall setting. And it just seemed to me that, you know, if you have a committee, if you have ethicists in almost a protected environment who can ask you challenging questions, and you can sort of thrash things out and really, really think about your policy, that's such a great opportunity. And it would have been wonderful if we had had that opportunity. So I think, as far as my experience in this sphere, these are just two general observations that I can make. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much also for your comments. We will get back to some of the comments and the things you are saying when we finish with all our panelists. I invite our viewers to send us questions, as I will try to get to them at the end. So now I will present our next panelist, and this is Dr. Jean-François Delfrécy. He's chairman of the National Consultative Ethics Committee in France and chairman of the Scientific Council COVID-19 to give scientific advices to the French president, Emmanuel Macron. This committee is multidisciplinary and independent, bringing together 11 scientists and medical doctors. Welcome, doctor. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon to everybody. Perhaps I have to speak in French because because we are at the WHO. And c'est une situation très particulière que j'ai eue, totalement inattendue. Comment un président de comité consultatif national d'éthique peut-il être aussi président du comité scientifique qui éclaire le gouvernement? C'est pas survenu par hasard. La raison la principale, c'est que je suis moi-même un scientifique spécialisé dans les maladies émergentes et dans les virus émergents. Et en fait, j'étais venu à la réunion de Genève, la seule organisée par l'OMS sur place. Et souvenez-vous, il y avait dès cette première, on s'était vu d'ailleurs, c'est un certain nombre d'entre vous, nous, et il y avait cette réunion qui avait été organisée sur les enjeux généraux de la crise. Et à côté j'étais venu au nom du comité d'éthique français. Mais j'ai retrouvé évidemment une série d'amis scientifiques. J'avais été très frappé par les réponses chinoises qui étaient très, très floues, entre guillemets, hein, d'un point de vue strictement médical et scientifique. Et je suis sorti de là avec un malaise important au plan scientifique. Et donc, j'ai été amené à envoyer un mot aux autorités sanitaires françaises en leur disant que je pense qu'on se trompait à l'époque. Nous étions tout à fait fin février 2020 et qu'on avait affaire à une pandémie d'une ampleur inattendue. Et à partir de là, les choses se sont accélérées. Le palais de l'Élysée a souhaité avoir une réunion de scientifiques à l'Élysée, puis a nommé un président de conseil scientifique. Alors, le fait d'être à la fois président du CCNE et président du comité scientifique, il y a des avantages et des inconvénients, comme toujours. J'ai d'abord souhaité quitter la présidence du CCNE de façon temporaire, et je l'ai quitté entre mars 2020 et octobre 2020, où c'est la vice-présidente du CCNE qui a pris la direction du comité d'éthique. Parce que le comité scientifique, c'était, souvenez-vous, la période la plus complexe des vagues 1 et des vagues 2 en Europe. Et on avait évidemment on se connaissait d'une certaine façon, mais la moitié des membres du conseil scientifique ont été nommés par moi et l'autre moitié par les autorités sanitaires. On est maintenant d'ailleurs plus 11, mais on est 18, puisque c'est un comité qui comprend à la fois bien sûr des scientifiques, mais aussi des gens de sciences humaines et sociales, mais aussi un spécialiste de One Health et aussi, par exemple, une pédopsychiatre. Donc avec des enjeux qui sont hors Covid. Alors, les avantages, c'est que l'éthique, par définition, a été au rendez-vous des grandes questions posées, puisque j'étais sur place. Et j'ai pu à la fois interpeller le gouvernement sur de grandes questions éthiques et inversement interpeller aussi le comité national d'éthique en lui posant directement des questions. Et il y a donc eu une réponse de la part du comité national d'éthique, dans lequel je n'étais plus, j'avais séparé les rôles, pour un certain nombre de questions qui lui étaient posées soit par le gouvernement, soit directement par le conseil scientifique. Donc, l'éthique, dans une certaine mesure, et je pourrais en donner quelques exemples, a bien été au rendez-vous dans les choix très difficiles que nous avons eu à faire. À l'inverse, il y a aussi des désavantages. C'est que à titre personnel, j'ai été amené à prendre évidemment la parole dans les médias pour tenter d'expliquer, dans ce contexte d'incertitude scientifique majeure que nous avons eu et que nous avons encore. Et je l'ai fait probablement plus en tant que président du conseil scientifique que comme président du comité national d'éthique. Et donc la parole dans les médias, je l'ai plutôt consacrée sur la science que sur les enjeux éthiques. Encore que. En ce moment, nous avons une grande question autour de la vaccination chez les enfants, hein, qui paraît quelque chose, je le sais, pour nos amis du Sud, qui doit les interpeller, mais qui est une question qui est très forte en Europe autour de la vaccination des 5 à 12 ans, qu'ils ont d'ailleurs commencé aux États-Unis. Hein. Et là, il y a bien un mélange entre ce qu'on sait, ce qu'on ne sait pas, un intérêt individuel pour les enfants, un intérêt plus collectif pour la société. Et on voit bien ce mélange qu'il peut y avoir entre grandes questions éthiques et grandes questions scientifiques. L'autre point, c'est que, indépendamment de la crise sanitaire, j'ai toujours pensé, comme président d'un comité d'éthique, qu'une réflexion éthique dans le domaine des sciences de la vie, de la santé, devait s'appuyer sur de la bonne science. Et que si on ne s'appuyait pas sur de la bonne science, eh bien, on posait de mauvaises questions éthiques. Et que donc le lien, à mes yeux, entre la réflexion éthique et les données scientifiques, elle est fondamentale. On ne peut pas opposer l'un par rapport à l'autre, il faut l'un du dialogue avec l'autre. Et c'est encore plus vrai, évidemment, dans des situations de crise. Alors, voilà ce que je peux vous dire. Donc, j'avais dans le comité scientifique des gens de sciences humaines et sociales, également, hein, et un représentant de la société civile. Néanmoins, c'est un des échecs, à la fois comme président du comité d'éthique et comme président du conseil scientifique. Nous avions souhaité que soit monté un comité citoyen dans le cadre d'une démocratie en santé ou de citizen participation. Et finalement, le gouvernement a décidé de ne pas le monter au niveau national, alors que la France, on en avait déjà parlé, a organisé la réflexion sur la loi de bioéthique, qui d'ailleurs s'est votée durant la période de la crise. On n'a pas pu organiser de comité citoyen au niveau national. Par contre, nous l'avons organisé au niveau des grandes métropoles françaises, des grandes villes françaises, où se sont montés un mélange de comités associant des scientifiques, des éthiciens, des citoyens, pour poser au niveau des régions, des villes, des grandes métropoles, Marseille, Lyon, ça c'est des villes qui vous disent, même à nos amis étrangers, quelque chose, entre guillemets, mais aussi de villes de moindre importance, qu'il y ait une réflexion au niveau du tissu local. Et puis, mon dernier point de regret ou de discussion, et je terminerai là-dessus, c'est ce qui s'est passé au niveau de ce que nous appelons en France les EHPAD, c'est-à-dire les maisons d'accueil pour les personnes âgées. Et souvenez-vous, cette période très difficile de la première vague de mars et avril 2020, où on a été obligé d'avoir un confinement très strict qui était nécessaire pour éviter une hécatombe dans ce milieu. La majorité des décès en France chez les personnes âgées sont survenus lors de la première et de la deuxième vague. Et nous, au moment du déconfinement, du premier déconfinement, à partir de mai et de juin 2020, on a continué à privilégier la santé au nom de l'humanité. Je veux dire par là que les restrictions au niveau de la santé ont continué à être extrêmement dures et probablement ont favorisé des phénomènes de ce qu'on appelle des phénomènes de glissement, d'isolement des personnes âgées, et on n'a pas su suffisamment passer d'une priorité de santé à une priorité d'autonomie et d'humanité, tout simplement. Et c'est un de mes grands regrets, qui n'est pas lié que de mon fait. On l'a signalé aux autorités de santé, c'était lieu également au niveau des locales, mais qu'on a pu redresser heureusement à partir de septembre et octobre 2020. Donc voilà mon expérience, entre guillemets, où j'ai repris mes fonctions de président du comité national d'éthique à partir d'il y a maintenant 1 an. J'essaie d'être entre les deux et de mettre vraiment les grandes questions éthiques au rendez-vous. Et pour tout à l'heure dans la discussion, nous avons en France 2 grands sujets en ce moment. Le premier autour de la vaccination des enfants.
Est-ce qu'on peut attendre un petit peu?
Oui, bien sûr. C'était pour vous donner le point de discussion.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, thanks a lot to Dr. Jean-François. We will give the floor to Dr. Talia Arawi. She is the founding director of the Salim El-Hos Bioethics and Professionalism Program at American University of Beirut Medical Center in Lebanon, which is a WHO collaborating center for bioethics. Welcome, Talia. The floor is yours. And I see your PowerPoint. But we cannot hear you. So, yeah.
Thank you, Florencia. Thank you very much. You can see my PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me read this and that. So I'm going to be very, very brief, basically talking about my experience as a member of the COVID-19 Scientific Committee at the Ministry of Health. I would like to begin with a quick comment that like my colleagues before me, I was the only ethicist there. All of them came from a scientific background. It was a very humbling experience to me. I learned a lot, and I'm very thankful for that opportunity. Now, there are many things that we highlighted and talked about when we were planning on distribution, allocation of resources, and what have you regarding the vaccine, which included privacy and confidentiality concerns, equity, fairness, and ethical issues, consent and assent, the impact, the financial impact on the Ministry of Health, etc. And we stressed a lot of the times on the importance of including incarcerated people, refugees, and migrants, in other words, less advantaged members of society. And I recall emphasizing that on ethical and scientific and regulatory oversight. Unfortunately, I'm going to be very, very short here, very, very concise. One of the main hurdles that we faced is that we realized that there was no collaboration between different ministries. So if a plan required that, say, the Ministry of Health collaborates with the Ministry of Finance or with the Ministry of Commerce or what have you, everyone was singing his or her own tune. So collaboration did not really exist, unfortunately. We did work on prioritization plans. However, there were hurdles in actually following the plan. So we felt as if, at least me as an ethicist, and the general atmosphere, that the ethical ideas that we presented were actually very much welcomed and are going to be actually applied or respected. It felt at the end that this was not the case, unfortunately. A typical example would be the information sheet. We discussed whether we need to have a consent from people when they take the vaccine, and then we decided we will go with the information sheet, as is the case in different countries. And I actually edited the Pfizer fact sheet to fit our purposes. For example, I also suggested that it be translated to Ethiopian, Filipino language, and Bangladesh language, because we have a lot of migrant workers from these societies that will be taking the vaccine. And I was happy to hear that it's going to happen. One of the main things also that really upset me, not upset me, but maybe ponder again, that I should not really be excited that ethics is being part of policy making, is the fact that when it comes to a very delicate topic, you hear people from the scientific background saying, we can talk about the ethics later. And this did actually put me in a very awkward position, because I had to come across quite strongly saying, you cannot do that, and ethics is part of this, and we cannot continue if we're going to keep on saying, let's keep ethics outside. So in a way, although I learned a lot, although there was a lot of dedication and goodwill to do the work, I oftentimes felt that it's like the myth of Sisyphus. I'm just rolling the stone upward the hill, and then it's coming down, and I'm trying again to roll it up. Now, what's interesting is when we finalized the meetings in the committee, the press release was held. A press release was held by the Minister of Health, the former one at least, and I was surprised that during the press release he emphasized and he made it clear that the plan is made in collaboration with the ethics unit at AUBMC, which means he wanted to ensure everyone that ethics is part and parcel of policy decision-making, which is quite uplifting. Unfortunately, when we released the national vaccination plan at Grand Sarai, in the presence of all ministers and stakeholders and the press, of course, it was a press release. I recall raising the question again about the information sheet to ensure that at least people who are less advantaged than others do really understand what they're doing, can make their choice based on which vaccine to take, why to take it, and the fact sheet. And I was given a very quick answer, of course, it's out there. And then, as time goes by, I realized that it's not the case. So I was very, very shocked. And to add to this, politicians in Lebanon, and I'm sure you've all heard about this, jumped the vaccine line, touching of a scandal. And the discussion was not very pleasant at that time. So I felt that the only thing I could do is to go with a form of, let's say, civil disobedience, and I resigned. I resigned from the committee because I couldn't serve in a committee with the ethics name on it and yet see the main things that we're working on ignored. We held different, if you want, rallies or places to give the vaccine for everyone, almost everyone who was willing to take it. And now there's the third Pfizer marathon. Unfortunately, that made me also think, because I was called to take my third dose. And the moral conundrum that I faced is it morally acceptable for me to take a booster dose when lots and lots of people have not even gotten their first dose? And I have not taken the booster yet. So there's, of course, the infodemic, the credibility of sources. We realize that the media and the social media is basically manufacturing consent that is well known and written by Noam Chomsky. So people did not get the truth about the vaccine or the vaccine number or the distribution. So there was no transparency and no trust. There was goodwill and dedication, of course, but unfortunately, there's a lot of corruption and there is lack of accountability. So to finish, we have a saying in Arabic that says كل يغني على ليلاه, which means that each person sings or hums his own tune. But when you are working to produce a symphony and everyone is humming his own tune or her own tune, it's going to be an aesthetic disaster. So we cannot continue like that. Thus, what happened, lip service to ethical principles and importance of ethics in policymaking, and breaches on the ground simply did not bridge the gap. Actually, it widened the gap. But I hope that we shall rise again. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Talia, for that great presentation too. And I think it's very interesting because one of the common characteristics that all of you have presented was, in a way, some kind of isolation, being there alone among a group of or policymakers or scientists, and having to try to embed ethics. And that's a big challenge, I think. I had the same feeling here in Argentina. So we know, but at the same time, I cannot live without my optimistic view of things. It's the same, it's the first time our views, the views from ethics, are seriously considered. So it is a really big opportunity. So my question to the panel would be, well, given, and we will begin with the optimistic view, then we will come back to the failures and problems you faced. But first of all, given your expertise, what do you think are the key priority areas for action to ensure ethics is positioned to influence policy and practice in this pandemic or next pandemics, no? For now or for the future? What can you tell us? you can raise your hands or... Okay, Professor Jean-François. And vous pouvez aussi continuer...
Moi, j'ai une vision optimiste comme vous. Hein.
Oui, très bien.
Et je pense que c'est une grande avancée qu'il y a eu dans plusieurs pays, le fait qu'un certain nombre de membres de comités d'éthique puissent faire partie de ces comités scientifiques. Donc, je vois deux points, moi. Le premier, c'est en effet, il faut, dans ces comités scientifiques, qui soient au moment des crises ou en dehors des crises, hein, parce que, par exemple, en Angleterre, il existe l'équivalent d'un comité scientifique avec un Chief Medical Officer ou au Canada, un scientifique en chef. Et il est important que dans ces comités de conseil aux autorités sanitaires, il y ait la présence d'un éthicien, soit d'un éthicien professionnel, soit d'un scientifique qui s'intéresse à l'éthique et qui puisse faire le relais avec justement les comités d'éthique nationaux qui ne soient pas isolés. Ça m'apparaît fondamental et qui puisse, au même titre que les autres scientifiques, poser des questions et interpeller les scientifiques au sein d'un comité, de la même façon que lui est interpellé par les données scientifiques qu'il entend. Ça, c'est le premier point. Le second point, qui est un peu critique vis-à-vis de nos comités d'éthique, c'est que nos comités d'éthique, en général, dans les différents pays, sont des comités qui aiment prendre le temps de réfléchir, qui aiment, sur des sujets difficiles, où le temps, la notion du temps est un élément important. Or, dans une crise, la notion du temps pour les médias, c'est quelques heures, la notion du temps pour les politiques, c'est quelques jours, la notion pour les scientifiques, c'est quelques semaines. Et donc, il faut qu'il y ait une adaptation de nos comités d'éthique qui puisse être capable, tout en conservant nos valeurs, d'être capable de répondre dans des délais qui soient raisonnables avec les réponses qu'on attend dans une crise. Donc, moi, je vois deux points. Oui, absolument qu'il y ait au moins un représentant de comité d'éthique dans ces comités scientifiques, et plus si nécessaire. Et deuxièmement, avoir une adaptation du fonctionnement des comités d'éthique à la notion de crise elle-même qui interpelle notre mode de fonctionnement.
Oh, merci. Merci, docteur. Mike?
Hi, yeah, I'm just going to switch off the translation so I can, yeah, great. Yeah, I mean, this has been interesting so far, really interesting already. I suppose a couple of things. The first thing is I think, you know, what's going to work is going to, and what's required is going to be different in different settings. So what works in one country won't necessarily work everywhere. So that's one thing to say. I don't think we're going to have one kind of off-the-shelf solution to this problem. I think one of the things as well, I think it's important to say, is that not all emergencies are going to be health emergencies, but nonetheless, we do need ethics input. So there'll be a whole, you know, I won't list the types of disasters that are possible, but it's easy to imagine that not all of them will be health, even though most of them will have some kind of health implications. So,
Mike, we cannot hear you. Please go back to your last idea.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, apologies. So I suppose what I wanted to say, my second point, I think, was that it's very important to remember that not all emergencies are health emergencies. So it's going to be important that any ethics input into policy is going to be able to have input in areas where health is not the primary emergency. Health will always, you know, will often be related, there will be impacts on health from emergencies. So I would want to make sure that ethics input was across government, not just in one area. And that's raises questions about whether it's bioethics or whether it's some other kind of ethics, but that's one thing. I think one thing I think it's very important to do is to, as an ethicist in my role now, I wouldn't complain about being isolated. I think it's better that there was one than zero. But I do think I then have an obligation to try to work towards more effective and more inclusive ethics input in the future. So I've seen that as part of my job. So I think ethicists campaigning for more embedded ethics is very vitally important. And I suppose my final point, I mean, lots of things to say, but my final point now is it's very important you don't wait for an emergency to happen. I think it's very important that there's a robust and resilient and flexible ethics infrastructure in place, you know, that for always really, and that might mean, for example, seconding ethicists into government or those kinds of things. And I suppose one final thing is it's the work that I've been doing, and most of the people on this panel has been working in a way that's embedded. I don't think ethics should only be done in that way. I think there should be independent ethicists outside writing about these things as well. It's just this is the model that I've adopted in this particular situation. I'm not advocating it for everyone. So that's all from me.
Thank you, Mike. Sharon, please.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, just I think a little bit to add to that. I agree with everything that's been said before this. And I also think that, you know, often, in case of this particular pandemic, it just seems that perhaps because policymakers are so sort of focused on taking actions that are quick and what they feel to be right, that they are not as welcoming of voices that are either slightly critical or dissenting, and that rather than encourage debate, they try and shut it down or marginalize it so that they can get on with the work. So I think really recognizing the value of ethics as being an ethicist, as being people who ask the difficult questions and to engage with them. And I agree totally that, you know, time is of the essence in a pandemic, but I think ethicists can work quickly and should. So I think really just changing the mindset a little bit and welcoming challenge, I think, in terms of policy making and having that voice in there is very valuable. Over.
Yeah, I think it's what Professor Jean-Francois was saying. Well, we have to work better on timing. That's very important. But I think this aspect of bringing in the debate, mapping the problems, as it was also, I think Mike was saying, no, this double role that we have, it's also very important. So I don't know if out there, Rolly wants to add something to this. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. And I completely agree with both Mike and Sharon. And I'd further like to add that, you know, we need now to create some kind of platforms or structures for improved dialogue and deliberations around this point, that, you know, how policy making, which could be, you know, consultations or discussions, education, talking more about how to improve transparency, improved communications actually, to increase awareness and understanding basically. So basically, I think we are coming towards a framework that is needed for ethical policy making and ensuring that there are corresponding changes in the institutional policies and code of conduct and other mechanisms which are there for ensuring that there would be a compliance to this, because ethicists keep on talking, but how do we really ensure and that this is done? So there is a need for also mechanisms for oversight and something about accountability, that this would probably help to understand how compliance can be there in the ongoing processes. And if required, enforcement pathways and corrective plans need to be also suggested. So we have to work very proactively in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolly. And this makes me also remember the past session where we had this issue about getting the civil committees, and that Professor Jean-Francois was also commenting, no, the difficulties maybe by the government to have this kind of national committees or civil population consultation, with all the challenges this might imply. As it was said, it might be very politic, and in that sense it might be complicated, but it might also set some grounds on hearing what people need, feel as in very specific circumstances. I don't know if Talia, you want to add something, or maybe I skip you for the next question. Oh, Professor Jean-François.
Whatever you wish. I can.
Non,
please go ahead.
Juste un point qui n'a pas été abordé, mais qui est important, c'est la notion d'indépendance. Alors, cette notion d'indépendance de la part pour un comité d'éthique, qu'il soit national ou à un niveau plus local, indépendance qui, en temps de crise, doit être à la fois vis-à-vis des autorités sanitaires, mais aussi des scientifiques. Hein, et c'est bien là la difficulté. Hein. Il faut que le dialogue avec la science puisse se faire, c'est absolument indiscutable, mais tout en gardant une vision indépendante. Et bien sûr, d'avoir une vision indépendante vis-à-vis des autorités politiques, y compris quand on fait partie d'un comité scientifique. Alors, pourquoi c'est fondamental pour notre statut même de comité d'éthique, hein, qui doit garder cette notion d'indépendance est majeure et elle passe par les autosaisines, par une série de visions de ce type. Et elle est fondamentale parce que dans ces crises, et on l'a tous vu dans nos pays respectifs, un point essentiel, c'est comment on conserve la confiance vis-à-vis des citoyens. Et on voit bien la difficulté qu'ont eu les scientifiques, dont moi-même, vis-à-vis de la confiance vis-à-vis des citoyens, compte tenu des incertitudes. Et donc, il faut absolument que les enjeux éthiques, qui eux ne sont pas en première ligne, mais sont également quand même dans une certaine façon tout de suite après, eh bien, puissent être indépendants pour garder la confiance des citoyens.
Yes, absolutely, Professor. I think independence and objectivity, and in countries where politics are very strong and you have parties playing their role, it's very important to maintain that. Yeah, absolutely sure. And so my second question, as I said, was to come back. You were quite honest, all of you, speaking about the successes, but also about the failures or the challenges or things that didn't go well. So my second question will be, in circumstances where you feel that your ethics was not being taken up or adequately considered, what do you felt was your responsibility, and what do you think bioethicists should consider doing in these circumstances? Well, Talia told us that she resigned, but maybe she wants to tell us a little bit more about all these challenges, and Michael too, some of the problems he felt, but maybe they want to expand a little bit about that, because I think it's also important, well, not to idealize of bioethicists and, well, the struggles and the problems real world and politics puts in. Talia, do you want to begin?
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very important question, actually. I'm glad I waited. So basically, indeed, I did resign, but that was towards the end. So prior to my resignation, there were lots of phone calls between me and members of the committee, and a lot of raising of issues in a diplomatic, albeit strict manner. But when I felt that, when I actually saw on the floor that it's basically lip service and nothing else, I felt I had a moral obligation to actually resign and to speak up and to say why is it that I'm actually resigning. Now, I think what is important to keep in mind is the following. Ethics in policy making is part and parcel of it should be part and parcel of government, but unfortunately the culture in general in the Middle East is such that ethics means philosophy, and philosophy is an exercise in futility. And that's a mentality that we need to change. And the main role, I think, that an ethicist plays is the accountability between the public and the administration. It also gives the administration guidelines for integrity. The last thing I would say, probably on another note, being a female didn't really help much in a patriarchal society, in a male-dominated society, and most importantly, the general atmosphere of corruption. So my main question would be, how can we actually, and whether it's not impossible, to try to create a culture change where ethics can be part and parcel of everything, and to have ethics advisors to the government, etc. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Talia. I see Michael. Mike.
Yeah, I mean, Talia's experience, I think, is really, really important. Yeah, just a couple of things, I guess, from me. So one is, you asked about worries about your input is not being taken up. And I think there's two ways of thinking about that. So one way would be, you know, if the scientists on the committee didn't take my input seriously enough for it to go on the piece of paper that then goes to the minister or goes to the government, that would be the kind of thing that would really annoy me, and that would be the kind of thing that would you know, make me think, why am I doing this? So, and I have to say, the group that I'm still on, because it still exists, has been very, very inclusive, and the discussion's been very, I mean, actually, to be honest, to be completely frank, many of the ethical issues are raised by scientists before they're raised by me. You know, people are very aware of, you know, equity issues and so on. So they'll turn to me for kind of ways of talking about those things rather than waiting for me to raise equity issues, because they worry about these things too. So, but that's one way of not being taken up. The other way of not being taken up would be that everything you say gets included in the advice that goes to government, and then government does something different. And I in a way, I think that is the democratic, these decisions should be made by people who are elected to make those decisions and take responsibility. So I don't feel it's a resigning matter if the government does something other than, you know, something that I wouldn't personally agree with. You know, I may not be, well, there are lots of things I'm not happy about, but that wouldn't be a resigning matter, because I'm there to provide advice, not to make decisions. And then the second point relates to Jean-Francois's point and the point I made earlier about independence. I think there's a real trade-off there, because, you know, the thing about me being in the room and the various people on this call being in the room is you hear the real-time data, you get involved, you know what the picture is, you understand the science to some degree at least, you at least see what the scientific and clinical debates are and the public health debates are. And that means you can engage in a way with the day-to-day ethical issues that are rising on the ground in a rich way that I think is harder if you're outside of that. So I think my role, I think, is to try to be independent of thought, but actually to get involved in the politics a little bit, because I think there's no point being an ethicist unless you're willing to get involved in the dirty politics of it sometimes.
Thank you, Mike. I see Sharon. Yeah.
I think from my point of view, where I do think I struggle a bit with thinking that as an ethicist, you know, it's hard to get policymakers to listen or to take what I say seriously. But one of the really amazing things about COVID-19, at least in Malaysia, is that I have been in touch with bioethicists that I never knew existed. So it's been an amazing opportunity to work with people, and I've had the privilege of working with two young clinician bioethicists, and we started this Malaysian bioethics community that's brought together, you know, at least 20 or 30 people who are bioethicists or people who are interested in bioethics. And so I think there is this duty to just continue to try and move the discussions and create the discussions. And, you know, we've had engagements at different levels. There have been engagements between the bioethicists in Malaysia about what we think is important, learning lessons from each other. We've had engagement with other healthcare professionals and clinicians. And one of my colleagues actually spearheaded a clinical ethics guidance document for clinicians. And this was actually put up on a free portal so that any clinician in Malaysia could see some of these ethical guidelines, which were context specific to Malaysia, as well as I think, trying to engage with the public directly. So just running some webinars on issues relating to clinical ethics, relating to vulnerable populations, because I think that's been something that's really bothered a lot of bioethicists in my country, where we see especially migrant populations really not being treated very well during this. So I think although at some level it has been very isolating in terms of maybe the direct policy engagement, it's really been such a wonderful and rich opportunity as a community, I think in our country at least, to develop and to learn and to, I think, create something that was never there before. So that's maybe my optimistic note. Over.
Rolly, please.
Thank you again. So adding to that, I think that we must also as ethicists understand that ethics is not sort of conventionally seen as a science which facilitates policy or decision making. It is not seen like that. So there is a need to bring in that attitudinal change, and that cannot happen overnight. And we need to have more advocacy and more engagement with stakeholders, like Sharon said, more discussions such as case studies and other consultations with all stakeholders who are involved in this process. And probably such dialogue would be helpful. And ethicists also need to connect better with the public and create a demand. So I think a framework, and WHO again can play a very important role here, that this meeting is one step in that direction. And I think, we need to give some recommendations so that, we give some guidance for the countries to follow up. And also we must see that, policies or the ethics suggestions that go, they have to incorporate certain practical aspects so that people look at ethicists to be providing practical guidance, which like Jerome was mentioning, applicable things which rather than theoretical suggestions, and be more people-centric. Thank you.
Well, my last question, and I'm having a building thing, sorry, they are doing something, is, and with this, I will get to the Q&A. If you think that there are some ideal models of ethical engagement or advice that you would recommend that you haven't said yet. Sorry for the noise. Yeah, Jean-François.
Non, je pense qu'il y a, enfin, en fonction des pays, voire des grandes zones OMS, il y a, mais c'est au niveau des pays, il y a évidemment des réponses différentes et adaptées qui doivent être données. Moi, je retiens quand même de cette crise qui n'est pas terminée, nous sommes encore dedans, hein, c'est-à-dire les leçons à tirer, c'est peut-être encore un peu tôt, mais je retiens de cette crise qu'il y a eu quand même une visibilité des grandes questions éthiques pour les citoyens qui a été, je dirais, particulièrement importante. Et il me semble que l'Organisation mondiale de la santé doit profiter, je dirais, de ces aspects d'organisation différentes, de réponses différentes, adaptées au niveau de chacun des pays. Et vraiment, l'adaptation au niveau de chacun des pays est un élément fondamental. Il est hors de question de donner un modèle qui irait pour tout le monde, mais doit tirer les leçons parce qu'il y a une construction qui, à mes yeux, doit et peut mieux se faire là maintenant. C'est un des points positifs de la crise. Je pense que l'éthique a été véritablement au rendez-vous. Ça, c'est un premier grand point. Le second est qu'il reste des questions extrêmement difficiles, hein, parce que je pense qu'une des choses qu'on n'a pas réussi à bien faire, c'est arriver à communiquer entre nous au niveau des différents comités d'éthique nationaux. Et pas suffisamment. Par région, par exemple, l'OMS a évidemment joué un rôle important et nous a soudés avec le comité ad hoc, mais au niveau des territoires, des grandes régions, les comités scientifiques, on disait tout à l'heure, vous parliez du comité anglais avec Sir Patrick Vallance. Moi, j'ai Sir Patrick Vallance pratiquement 2 ou 3 fois par semaine. C'est-à-dire qu'on a les mêmes choses avec mes collègues européens. Et je l'ai moins eu avec les comités d'éthique européens, par exemple. Et donc, il y a un effort autour de la crise, probablement par grandes régions, parce que les cultures sont différentes, ce qui n'empêche pas d'avoir une vision très générale et très mondialiste. Mais et on a un effort à faire. Je pense qu'il y a donc bénéficié de ce qui s'est monté, et je pense que l'OMS a un rôle fondamental, là, pas que, mais un rôle fondamental pour finir de construire à partir de ça. et faciliter, je dirais, les réunions ad hoc entre les grandes régions. Et puis, se rendre compte qu'il y a encore de grandes questions. Est-ce que la vaccination devra devenir obligatoire? Qu'est-ce qu'on va faire avec les enfants? Quelle est l'attitude des soignants vis-à-vis des non-vaccinés dans les pays les plus riches qui ont pu donner Il y a de très grandes questions majeures qui sont encore sur la table et que nous n'avons pas résolues.
Yes, undoubtedly. There's a lot of work to be done. It's very important. All the points you've done. We have Talia, and it was very interesting, your answer also, Talia, where you brought all these gender issues, which are very important, and in some parts of the world, they are even more relevant. And corruption, that's also another big issue. Talia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a few comments. If we were to look at the symbol of justice, represented ideally by the Greek goddess of justice, which is a quasi-international symbol, we notice that she is blindfolded, she is carrying a scale and a sword. And to me, this is extremely important because we cannot speak of ethics, justice, fairness, and what have you, unless there is really accountability. It's just like when we come up with treaties or regulations like the Geneva Conventions and what have you, and people are signatories to these declarations and promises, if you wish, but we see a lot of breaches and lack of accountability. And I think that's something that is really, really missing when it comes to ethics. The second point and the last point I'd like to note is maybe it's really worth reading the myth of truth and lie, how they met one day and lie started playing around and tricking truth to go into a well, and truth believed her. And then at one point in time, when truth was in the well, lie immediately went up and took the clothes of truth and started hovering around in the streets. And unfortunately, the world started seeing truth naked. They turned their gaze away with contempt and rage and started following lies. Another painting that was written, which is truth coming out of a well, a painting that was drawn, truth coming out of a well to shame mankind, we see this time truth, instead of carrying her regular mirror when she comes out naked from the lake or from the well, she is carrying a sword, because really without accountability, we cannot do anything. So that's why she is carrying a whip to scorch humans. Over.
Thank you. And we have Mike, and I will try then to at least pick one question from the Q&A. Mike.
Okay. Yeah, your question was about ideal models. I mean, I'm not sure, as I agree with Jean-Francois that the models will differ from different places. What I would like to see in some ways is something, in the UK, possibly I should speak for my own country, is something which kind of in a way mirrors the scientific advisory structure. So, you know, that there ought to be the potential to bring together a group that is appropriate and, you know, has the skills required to address the particular problem. So it may well be an emergency, some other thing. So there ought to be the ability to convene a national level ethics group. I'm not personally in favour of a national ethics committee, but I do think a national group should be convened when appropriate. And I do think there should also be a responsibility on government to convene such a group. So it shouldn't just be a matter of choice. There should be a responsibility to convene that. And then just one final thought. One thing that we haven't talked about in ethics, I think enough, but I think we maybe could do more of, and I think it might help, we tend to speak, when we talk about priority setting and resource allocation, we tend to talk about allocating good things like vaccines. I mean, obviously, assuming most people think vaccines are a good thing. But we tend to speak less about resource allocation of negative things like risk. And I think an area of bioethics, some people do write about this, but a more developed area of bioethics, which is that the resource allocations around risk, I think is really needed.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mike. It's really interesting. And well, my last question, and I had to choose one of them, but I think it's interesting. Maybe you can give a short answer. How we can prevent the inclusion of ethical perspectives from becoming a tick box and giving the mistaken impression that policy responses robustly incorporate this perspective where they have not. Who wants to start with it? Mike, you are on mute.
Yeah, we've got, no, I was just talking to myself, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, just because we've only got a couple of minutes, I'll just, maybe we could all say something. I think I've got mixed feelings about tick boxes. So, you know, there's a positive version of a tick box, which is it has to be talked about. And I think that's a good, you know, it's good that it's on the list. The negative side of a tick box is it implies that it's not talked about properly, thoroughly, in depth, in a structured way. And obviously I don't want, so I do want it to be on the list, but I want it to be talked about properly. And the only way to do that is to have someone in the room who's able to bring those tools to the problem.
Perfect. And I'll do what you suggest. I don't know who wants to, we will have a quick ending as we have just a few minutes. Sharon, do you want to continue or say whatever you want?
Yes, sure. Yeah, I mean, I would totally agree with Mike, and I would say to have a continued discussion. So you don't just tick the box and say you've done with it, but that you keep revisiting it as the situation changes, as data changes, and to just keep having that discussion with the right people in the room. So with the ethicists, I think that may be a way to do both. Over.
Perfect. Jean-François, do you want to say something and to, we are ending the session now?
Non, juste pour dire que la réponse de l'éthique en général à la crise, il faut qu'on la construise mieux là, dans les mois qui viennent. Parce que la crise n'est pas forcément, et ça a été dit au début, seulement une crise sanitaire. Ça peut être aussi des crises, bien sûr, économiques. On a, pour une partie du monde, mais qui est large, en ce moment, une grande crise sur laquelle les comités d'éthique n'ont pas pris parti du tout, qui est la crise de la migration et des migrants, qui est quelque chose d'extrêmement large et qui touche plus que santé et société, qui nous touche tous. Et donc, il y a une construction, une réflexion de comment, tout en conservant les très grandes valeurs de l'éthique peut-elle, je dirais, s'adapter au temps qui file et poser un certain nombre de questions sur de grandes questions sociétales de notre monde d'aujourd'hui.
Yes, and even if we don't go to the migration issue, if we stay in this particular pandemic crisis, it strikes quite differently countries that are well prepared and wealthy than countries that have scarce resources and cannot and do not have a system, a sanitary system, a hospital system in order to really cope with this. And as we were saying, I think at the beginning, the education, for example, the consequences it has in, for example, teenagers and women, the lockdown, things that are informal workers. So we don't have to change the subject to see how deeply it is still this pandemic hitting in the world. But let's see what Rolly can tell us in order to finish this.
Thank you. So I think we don't have time, but I'd just like to say that, you know, we need to make a beginning, and an easy beginning and checklists do help in the beginning. And of course, we can go on and expand upon that, but I think this beginning is good. And we must make sure that, you know, ethical deliberations that need to include practical aspects of, so that whatever suggestions are given are practical, timely, promoting good science and evidence-based policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolly. And the last word for Talia. Talia, you're in.
I'm fine. I really have nothing to add to what my colleagues have said. Thank you.
Okay, so with all these reflections, I think it has been a very thoughtful and interesting panel. I hand back the floor to Catherine.
Thank you very much, Florencia, and a big thank you to all the both panels. We're going to take a 20-minute break. I encourage all of you to come back because we've got 2 more excellent panels. During that 20-minute break, we'll also be playing 8 videos from colleagues around the globe who are addressing 3 of the questions that we're trying to grapple with today. That is really looking at what have been the key facilitators and barriers for embedding ethics in policy making in COVID, and really looking to the future, speaking to Florencia's optimistic lens. What can we do and what do we need to do to really push ethics into the policy-making realm going forward? So I encourage you all, we will put those videos on our website together with some more videos so you can see them, but a quick break and be back here in 20 minutes. So that's 20 to the hour where we are. Thank you.
The answer to this question depends very much on which kinds of policies one's aiming to influence. Ethics guidance has been effective on some questions, less so on others. It's been very helpful in COVID research oversight, for example, regarding trial design, and in clinical decision-making, for example, triage protocols and crisis standards of care. But ethics guidance has been ineffective on many larger policy questions, ones that bear on how we are going to live together in managing this pandemic and the pandemics that will undoubtedly follow. For example, we're not navigating the tension between national sovereignty on the one hand and international obligations on the other. So we've been unable to ensure the fair allocation of vaccines and therapeutics to low and middle income countries. Nor have we figured out the most ethically appropriate way to ensure adequate vaccine uptake. In my view, the main barrier to arriving at ethically informed health policy on these kinds of big societal questions is the erosion of social cohesion. And fundamentally, that's driven by an erosion of trust. Trust in one another and trust in science. The Hastings Center recently published a special report, Democracy in Crisis, in which we looked at root causes. It's partly unregulated social media. It's also fundamental socioeconomic conditions, like enormous wealth gaps within and between nations, growing financial precarity for many people, and systemic racism that make people resentful, susceptible to disinformation and demagoguery, and wary of elites. Together, social media and these socioeconomic conditions have contributed to a major loss of trust and thereby undermined our ability to forge ethics-informed policies acceptable to large numbers of people in a growing number of countries. We must address the erosion of social cohesion and rebuild trust.
The comments from members of the Ethics Working Group have been paraphrased to answer the question. Many ethicists have been marginalized. The work of ethicists often seems like trying to get the best out of a given situation without having a voice regarding how the situation came to be. Due to utterances about exploitative research, there has been strong influence of governments on research review and regulations that led to the clinical trials being delayed or not getting approved. There's been a lack of awareness of ethical dimensions of the problems and issues at hand. The rapid pace of developments and the speed with which decisions have had to be made have posed a barrier. Pressed to make urgent decisions, decision makers have not considered it a priority to look into the ethical ramifications of those decisions. Where legal frameworks have posed problems for policy options, solutions have been sought by changing the law with little regard for the ethical foundations of the law or the ethical significance of the changes. Inadequate ethics literacy has been a barrier. There has been a lack of coordination amongst ethics research committees and also across agencies, with a lack of clear procedures to guide the process. Economic considerations have been prioritized. Some suggestions. Ethicists and research regulators need to be proactive in outbreak situations, especially when framed as a national security issue. Countries can take note of how, for the first time, ethicists in Chile were given a voice and a platform, and they were able to influence policy decisions regarding ethical issues during the pandemic. The pandemic has given ethicists an opportunity to move from their desks to reach the common citizens. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our views.
Ethics hesitancy is a big stumbling block to ethical COVID-19 policy making. Pressed to make decisions in a hurry, officials tend to go for what is expedient, driven by the false assumption that ethics consultation impedes emergency response. The false assumption could be exploited to justify corrupt practices. The purchase of overpriced personal protective equipment and face shields from dubious sources, or the smuggling of vaccines. The situation is aggravated by gaps in coordination between policymakers and ethics bodies. Financial interests have been another block, as commercial research outfits offer exaggerated amounts of compensation that lure vaccine research participants, at times with the help of paid recruiters. The incentives are also keeping participants in placebo-controlled arms, even when withdrawal from trials and immediate vaccination could best serve their interests. In the absence of a common global ethics framework, many rich countries have regarded the provision of drugs and vaccines to low-resource countries merely as an optional act of charity rather than a moral necessity. They ignore the social responsibility to promote a global health good from which they also reap benefits and for which they must also pay. High-income countries have also failed ethically to reciprocate the contributions made by low and middle-income countries with their migrant health professionals to the high-income countries' healthcare systems.
I feel this pandemic has raised numerous ethical dilemmas in preparedness and response measures. This includes the ethical dilemmas when planning in situations of scarce resource, necessary rationing of services, and in the balancing of public health priorities with public and individual freedom. Key priority area for action would be to build capacity of policy and decision makers on including ethical perspectives in the process of planning for preparedness and response for a pandemic. It is ethical, of course, to stress that there is a duty to plan among public health leaders to reduce morbidity and mortality in the interest of ensuring ethics is positioned within the process. All preparedness and response plans should have a necessary component of ethical considerations. And I believe there's a need to bring discussions of ethics to the forefront moving forward in this pandemic and in tackling future health crises.
I've been asked to speak about barriers to realizing ethics in the COVID response. And the first thing is that the framework document says that we need to realize human well-being. And we cannot realize human well-being without a TRIPS waiver. We need an intellectual property waiver for all technologies and not just vaccines. The next thing is that the framework document says that we need to recognize the equal moral status of all persons, and we need to respect persons and communities. The fact is, with the emergence of the Omicron variant recently, we've not seen this happen. In fact, we've seen discriminatory travel bans being imposed on African countries, when the true fact is that Omicron has come up in so many other countries outside Africa. This indicates a lack of respect for these communities. The lack of respect exists not just in these travel bans, it exists in how we consult on the ACT Accelerator. And that includes the fact that many donor member states are invited to be on working group calls. So this includes Norway, France, Germany, but we don't see the same presence from the countries that we are serving and trying to make sure that they receive these technologies, such as Botswana, South Africa, and all other LMICs. The fact is that we need inclusion and their participation and their indigenous knowledge. The framework document also talks about the mechanisms to engage people. We need mechanisms to engage LMICs and CSOs. But the fact is, you don't need any special mechanism. If people are being invited so effortlessly in the global north, these people just need to be emailed to make sure they're included as well to realize what we want to realize in terms of ethics and COVID. These special mechanisms are not needed as long as we email people to make sure and constantly, actively think about including them. Thanks.
So GlobalR is a coalition of major research funders focused on pandemic preparedness. We have 32 members and 5 observers from across the globe. In the context of COVID-19, across our global membership, we have seen ethics in policy making can be a real dilemma. The overriding aim of our global coalition is to be prepared to deliver a rapid, coordinated research response when a pandemic or epidemic occurs. We know that the rapid mobilization of funds and resources, early engagement with ethics committees, and staged approval of ethical protocols can reduce delays in initiating research activities. Funders can improve these processes by including explicit guidance in their grant conditions. To track the equitable distribution of research funding, we use tools such as the COVID-19 Project Tracker, which has been developed by UKCDR and GlobalR. Since early in the COVID-19 pandemic, the tracker has mapped the research response to the 9 priority areas of the R&D research roadmap for COVID-19, and it has consistently highlighted the need for greater investments in the area of ethics. Funding research during global health crisis, specifically in LMICs, is a key priority area for GlobalR. We've already learned a great deal from this ongoing pandemic in this area. One key lesson is the need for a stronger research focus on ethical questions suitable for low resource settings. Through the guidance of our scientific advisory board and the frameworks developed by our working groups, we encourage funders to rethink equity in research and access to the products of research in the global south. Today, we need a concerted effort to increase the impact of ethical considerations on research funding decisions and policy making. GlobalR encourages the global funder community to translate this idea into action. Thank you.
So from my experience, I believe it's important for us to identify people with integrity, and I mean researchers and scientists and clinicians, not only those, but even their institutions which have proven to carry out credible research, whether they are universities or teaching hospitals. We also need to focus on capacity building for doing pandemic research, and also capacity building for those doing ethics review of such research, because we have seen a mushrooming of new scientists, new clinical trial sites. People did not have the necessary background to do this research. So, that was really troubling for all of us. So how to do a clinical trial, what are the logistics required? And we should learn from those people who've done good work in this time. So in summary, I would say that, similar to Diogenes the cynic, who was looking for an honest man, we need to look for the honest men and women. Thank you.
So I think that the first point is that unity is strength. We obviously need to join the forces of the various ethics committee, at least for 2 aspects. One, to combine our expertise. And the second point is to be able to raise a common message and common voice. So the Global Summit should be taken as an opportunity to raise a task force for ethics in times of pandemics and to develop what could happen at the next pandemics. The second point is that emergency should not preclude public engagement. Public engagement is an opportunity to fight pandemics, but it's also a necessity, not only because of the Article 28 of the Oviedo Convention, but also because each citizen has to be aware of ethics and has to develop all together these ethical fighting of pandemics.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the videos. Just a reminder that they will be put on our website, and also that this is being recorded and will also be available on the WHO website. Without any further ado, because we have only 1 hour and 40 minutes and a lot to get through and 2 more excellent sessions and stellar speakers, I'd like to introduce Professor Ruth Baden, who is the founder of the Johns Hopkins Berman Institute of Bioethics and its director until 2016, and is the Philip Franklin Wagley Professor of Medical Ethics, to moderate this 3rd session. Over to you, Ruth.
Thank you, Catherine. It's a pleasure and an honor to be moderating this session. So I'm hoping that my fellow panelists are turning on their video. Great, lovely to see you. So if everyone can please, those of us on our panel, turn on their videos. So in this panel, we are shifting focus back to the global stage, from the role of ethics in national decision-making in this pandemic back to the global scene. And it's kind of a follow-on in many respects to comments that Princess Nono and Sumia made in the first session, the recognition, tragically, of the catastrophic failure to respond to basic obligations of global justice in the context of this pandemic. The session starts from that recognition and asks 3 questions. The first question to the panelists, which they will each address, is whether we've made any progress. So you see, we're starting from a kind of low bar here. Have we made any progress on global health justice in this pandemic? And from that, we will go on to talk about whether there is a role that ethics and ethicists can play in making the world a more just place going forward. So let me just give you the run of show for this next, at this point, 56 or 57 minutes. I'm going to ask each of our distinguished panelists to speak for no more than about 5 to 7 minutes to give us their sort of big picture view on this question of whether we've made any progress at all in any aspect of global justice in the context of this pandemic. So not only in terms of global access, equitable access to therapeutics and diagnostics and vaccines, but also generally with respect to any aspect of this pandemic. And then I'm going to follow up and direct some questions to our panelists, and depending on time, will or will not try to get in some questions from those of you who are listening in. I would encourage you to please keep your enter your questions into the chat. The chat is being recorded, and there's a wonderful conversation going on in the chat. We want that to continue to stimulate everybody who's participating in this summit, even if we do not get to your questions in plenary discussion. So with that, let me introduce our three excellent and really distinguished panelists. One of the things that is important to this question of whether we've made any progress at all is to look at it from different disciplinary perspectives. So we have represented on the panel a philosopher, a lawyer, and a political scientist in an attempt to diversify the perspectives. Let me really quickly say 1 or 2 lines about each, and then I will turn it over to our panelists in order. First, Cesar Eturi, who I'm not seeing his image, but hopefully Cesar, you'll turn your video on in a moment, is the philosopher on the panel. He is a bioethicist and philosopher at the Department of Philosophy and Classics at the University of Ghana. We also have Fatima Hassan, who is the lawyer on the panel, a human rights lawyer in particular, and also a social justice activist. She is the founder and director of the Health Justice Initiative based in South Africa. And if she would kindly turn on her video, if you can, that would be wonderful. And finally, Ilona Kickbush, who is the political scientist on the panel and the founding director of the Global Health Center and chair of the Graduate Institute for International and Development Studies in Geneva, Switzerland. So with that, I'm going to ask Cesar, if you are with us, please, to take the floor and speak for no more than 7 minutes, and I will raise my hand to let you know if we're getting close to your time limit. So Cesar, if you could take the floor, please.
Thanks very much, Ruth. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be here. And yeah, do keep the time so that I will not try to go beyond. As you know, with philosophical ideas, 7 minutes is just about enough to develop one. But anyway, let me try to answer your question. I would say, yes, we have made progress. I mean, just think of the area of research ethics. At the beginning of the pandemic, there were fears that trials would be carried out in Africa on people without, enough consent or whatever protection. This has not happened. And if you think of all the amount of research that's been done in these past 2 years, and yet, at the end of the day, there have been errors, but there has not been a major scandal. I think that is a good thing. Second point, in terms of clinical ethics as well, especially, you're from the US, there's been a lot of debate about equality, racism, and all these things have been factored, gender, into the triage criteria. That in itself is also a positive sign and a progress. Number 3, even this summit itself is a sign that ethics is moving on. So there is good news. Where do we have the difficulties? We do have the difficulties, especially with regard to public health ethics. Some countries do not have vaccines. Some countries have vaccines and people just don't want them. And there's nothing we can do. There are so many challenges with actually implementing policies and getting people to behave in a responsible way so that everybody will be safe. There we have a challenge, public health ethics. We also have another challenge in global health ethics, the inequity of the allocation, distribution of resources. I don't need to talk about it. I mean, everybody can, it's obvious to everybody. And of course, the way governments respond and all that. So these are the areas that we need to look at. So philosophically, let's take a look at the history of bioethics. Bioethics was born last century, second half of last century, and Ruth, I mean, you've traveled the journey, so you know a lot about this. Now, the historical circumstances of the birth and growth of bioethics were such that we had to focus on a lot of attention on how to protect people from manipulation, from abuse in research, from paternalism in clinical ethics, from forms of discrimination. And for that matter, our approach to bioethics has been, if we go back to, let's say, the Roman concept of ethics, I mean, in the Latin, the bonum facendum and the malum vitandum, that is, doing what is good and avoiding harm. We've focused a lot of attention on the avoiding harm. And now what is failing us is that we do not have real tools for achieving the good. And so even if you look at the ACT Accelerator, our ethics framework identifies 4 substantive values. We talk about human well-being, respect for persons and communities, fairness, and solidarity. Where are the tools for fairness and solidarity? We still do not have them. So this, in my opinion, in the growth of bioethics could be a watershed moment. This is an important moment, just like what happened after the World War and in the 1960s, and bioethics had to emerge. It's another time for us as bioethicists to come back and rethink our discipline and see how we can move it a step further. And I would like to suggest 4 points, but I want to frame them under a title. But unfortunately, there's no English word to say what I'm going to say. The Italians talk about sdoganamento, and the French dédouanement, which is like taking something out of the customs or the excise area, clearing it, right? So we need to move, we need a sdoganamento of bioethics. We need to move it out there, right? And how can we do this? 4 points, and I'll be very telegraphic. One, the first one is capacity building. We need to build the capacity of bioethicists to be able to engage with the scientific community and with the complexity of issues that we have, and not just to be people who tick boxes on research protocols. So we need a better training for our bioethicists. Secondly, the training that we give to people who work in the health and allied sciences, the scientists, should not have bioethics just as an extra course that they take somewhere in their curriculum when they are trying to qualify. We need to make sure that they do have the capacity to understand the ethics. That's 1. 2, what has emerged today is the importance of embedding bioethics in policy making right from the beginning. Most of us sit in committees, we sit in different boards, and generally decisions are taken and then they bring them to us for validation, for ethical validation. And we seem always to be trying to straighten sometimes crooked trees. And when the tree is robust, it's very difficult to straighten. So that's the second point. The third point is that with regard to the aspect of doing good and achieving the good, we need to create tools to measure the unmeasured. So everybody, even the Director General of the WHO at the beginning of this summit spoke about solidarity. What tools do we have to measure solidarity? And people may say some of these concepts like fairness and solidarity are too abstract to be measured. They can be measured because justice, which we measure and we enforce, is even more abstract than solidarity. So if we've been able to create tools to do it, why can't we create tools to do it for these other values? And that requires a lot of work between interdisciplinary work between bioethicists and other people. And then the final point is, yes, as a community, a world community of bioethicists, we need to engage in public, academic activism. We need to have an ongoing conversation with the public. let us remember that in all the countries in which we live in an ethical environment. And if this ethical environment is such that it has been impoverished through the way we educate our kids from the primary school, and the way public discourse is carried out, when there comes a time like a pandemic that we need people to take ethical decisions, the environment is not prepared. So we need to engage with that environment constantly. And I'll end there.
And that was perfect timing. Thank you, Cesar. Just like a couple seconds under 7 minutes, and you made more than one point. So thank you so much. We're going to move right on to Fatima. Are you? Yes, I see you. Could you please take the floor? And I'll give you a high sign if we're approaching 7 minutes. It doesn't sound like you're concluding. All right.
Great.
Please.
Thanks. So I hope you can hear me okay. If you can just do a thumbs up, great. So just really an honor to be on this panel and to follow on from Cesar and to have Ruth moderating as well. I want to talk about why we are all disheartened this week. And maybe disheartening is an understatement. I think what we are is actually enraged. We're angry and we're enraged, if particularly you come from Africa or Latin America, about the lack of ethics and the lack of solidarity in this pandemic and the lack of humanity. And so I want to talk about 4 things that have given rise to this situation, which we warned about based on our experiences in the HIV/AIDS crisis 20 years ago. We warned about this in 2020, that solidarity and ethics are nice words, but they are not enforceable. And in order to have equity in this pandemic, we need something that's going to be stronger. And I'd like to suggest that our human rights framework is probably the pillar we're going to have to rely on. So I want to talk about where we have not seen equity and ethics intersecting in the management of this pandemic. The first has been the equity or lack of equity in terms of post-trial access in respect of the clinical trials for accelerated vaccine research. Now, I want to use South Africa as an example here. We took part in 4 clinical trials. We were told that everybody was in this together. We needed to contribute to scientific knowledge for the global common public good, that there would be a recognition that vaccines are public good, but the total opposite happened. Once the research trials were completed, and once the risk had been socialized with a lot of public investment and funding into this vaccine research, the access was privatized. And so ethics flew out of the window. The insistence on post-trial access seems to have disappeared. The role of researchers and research institutions and governments, particularly like my own, in allowing these trials to continue without demanding post-trial access for people in the global south is really something that probably one day we're going to have to document and write about. So the net result of that is many of my colleagues and friends and family members took part in the Johnson & Johnson clinical trial, in Pfizer, in Novavax, in AstraZeneca, and we didn't get timely access to those vaccines. In fact, many people in Africa are still waiting. So the issue of the ethics of how we conduct clinical trials in a pandemic and what promises we make and what promises we keep after that, at the conclusion of the trial, or even further trials. We're now collecting data for J&J and booster shots, but we don't have access to booster shots. I mean, this is incredulous. How can we be doing a repeat of what had happened in 2020 and 2021? The second is the lack of equity and what I would suggest ethics, frankly, on the parts of CEOs and global leaders in terms of global access to vaccines. So we currently have a situation, and Cesar talked about this briefly in his remarks, where booster shots, I'm talking of the 3rd and 4th shots, are being administered in rich parts of the world while we are still waiting for first shots in Africa. 1 in 4 healthcare workers in Africa are vaccinated compared to 3/4 of healthcare workers in the global north. In the past 4 months alone, just in the last 4 months alone, more booster shots have been given in the global north than first shots in low-income countries, which explains why we are at the 7% vaccination rate for the continent of Africa. You can look at our world in data maps, you can look at Affinity data, you can look at multiple sources, they all tell you the same story, a dire lack of timely access to vaccines, of even the first shot, of even the second shot, while the rich North is imposing travel bans, which in our view are quite racist, on most of the global South, but they're administering booster shots and supercharging their booster programs and holding on to the knowledge. Which is also the reason why we've said that where is the ethics in hoarding vaccine knowledge? Where is the ethics in hoarding vaccine supplies, over-ordering, and then also drawing on COVAX supplies, which is what Canada, New Zealand, and Australia did. And then the third point I just wanted to highlight was we're seeing very little transparency on the ethics of decision-making on prioritization. So we fought for vaccine equity. We fought for vaccine supplies to come into countries. Once they do, who has decided that a minister or a premier of a province or a sports player or an Olympic official is more worthy and important than a person with a comorbidity, than a person who's over 70? Why have we prioritized in ways which are frankly unethical and unacceptable? We're supposed to be prioritizing access of limited supplies based on risk, not based on wealth or based on your influencer status on Twitter or your influencer status on Instagram, or because you represent a government, in a national sports code. So the prioritization, I think, of limited vaccine supplies in this vaccine rollout, whether it's in a global context, local context, it's what the WHO DG has said. Healthcare workers first, elderly second, and then we deal with everybody else. But we have forgotten about people with comorbidities. We have forgotten about refugees and migrants, and we have prioritized in many cases, in many parts of the world, the wrong people. I mean, we fought in South Africa for one vaccine rollout. So at least for the first time in our post-apartheid history, based on our unequal past, we had one vaccine program where it didn't matter if you were black or white or rich or poor, but we had to fight really hard for that and for the ethics of that. And then my final point is just what happened in the last week. And that is, what is the ethics and the ethical duty of scientists to share data when sharing that data results in a decimation of your economy? It results in travel bans that are uneven, that are racist, that are so widespread that it limits everybody's economic participation. It limits our ability to even do the necessary surveillance and testing. And the scientists are saying they have an ethical duty to share that data. But if they're sharing their data, what is the ethical duty of northern scientists? One, not to appropriate their data in their own name, but to use that data in an ethical way, in a responsible way, and not in a knee-jerk, basically, and frankly, quite racist way. So I think I've run my 7-minute limit, and let me stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, Fatima, thank you, and so challenging, and yes, perfectly under the 7 minutes. So as the moderator, it's my first duty at the moment. So much I would like to ask both of you about, but we're going to move on because we're also very eager to hear from Ilona. So Ilona, if you could take the floor now, please, and 7 minutes or less.
Thank you very much, Ruth, and thank you to Cesar and Fatima for the excellent points they've already made, on which, of course, it's really good to be able to build. I think the first thing we have to say is that the pandemic has laid bare the gaps in global health justice. So if we define global health justice as reducing unfair and avoidable inequalities, we have actually reinforced them. And we've heard from Fatima very, very clearly what has happened and how that has progressed. But as a political scientist, of course, what particularly is of interest to me or to us as a discipline is that it's also laid bare the devastating effects of global governance failure. And I think that failure of global governance, which has happened despite of what Cesar and to some extent Fatima alluded to, that yes, there was an attempt to build new institutions like ACT-A, like COVAX, institutions that would promote solidarity, that would reduce the unfair and avoidable inequalities, with an explicit view to doing that. But that was not possible because of the way the nation states at first instance, and at second instance, as Fatima has indicated, the private sector players responded in terms of moving towards anything that fulfilled what was all out there as people were discussing the common goods that we were all going to create, the common security we were going to create, and of course the solidarity that we were going to execute. And this notion of solidarity has, of course, been, I believe, from a political science standpoint, one of the most abused terms during the whole COVID pandemic. The framing, of course, has been very important, because it's interesting to see that what seems necessary in the present situation is to frame what you do in a solidarity framework, but that to some extent the judgment of how much you have really worked towards any kind of solidarity within the present geopolitical situation is, of course, nearly non-existent and partly just impossible. And the fact that geopolitics and ethics in the widest sense of the word interface to the extent that they do today is something that we are experiencing in a new way. And I think one of the things that is becoming so important, particularly in relation to the issues around science, technology, transparency, information sharing, data sharing, all these elements, is that a major part of geopolitical competition now is competition in science, is competition in access and extraction of data, is competition in terms of technological advancement, be it, green technology, health technology, vaccine technology, you name it. And that therefore the sharing is actually less of an agenda than it even might have been 10 or 20 years ago, because the technological order that is being created is highly competitive. But what we also have to look at, if I say, laid bare the devastating effects of global health governance failure, is to see how these institutions themselves do not live up to the ethical frameworks that have been set. Who works in those institutions, who takes the decisions, who pays for those institutions, who calls the shot in those institutions. So the whole issue of agenda setting, of framing the priorities, of agreeing on the answers is, of course, in itself a power game. And we can never look at ethics without at the same time looking at who has the power to push which kind of ethical framework and to basically, frame the agenda. I think it was very helpful and interesting to see that during the discussions last week on the potential of a global pandemic treaty, that practically every country from the global south said, if this treaty does not take equity as its starting point, don't even start negotiating. And I think if you say, what progress has there been? I would say, for me, that has been one of the most important outcomes. This being completely and totally outspoken about this, that unless these unfair and avoidable inequalities in global health and global health governance are addressed, and they must be addressed politically, then we will not move forward, because then, the global south has absolutely no reason whatsoever, as Fatima has indicated, to continue to contribute to this system. We have some examples of where we had a bit of progress. Think of the PIP framework a couple of years ago, where Indonesia clearly said, hey guys, we're not going to share unless we benefit. And I think this is something that will come into the discussion in new ways, not only about sharing virus sequences and those kind of things, but also in terms particularly of sharing data. If we want to move ahead globally as a global health community, we will need to be able to share data. We need a new form of data solidarity. But if that does not lead to the sharing of benefits, but to data extraction for a whole, in a whole number of ways, then there will also be no participation. And I think it's very interesting to look at India, how India has set rules, which data it is willing to share, under what conditions. And so I think a lot of those issues will also be taken into account. If I have time for one more short issue, yeah, it's very short.
Very quick.
That is, we have to ensure that this discussion remains political. It is a deeply political discussion about power. And there is a tendency in some quarters, also at the national level, to push some of these questions to the professional bioethicists and basically depoliticize them. And I think we always have to see, and Cesar alluded to it as well, how the ethical discussions become part of a societal discussion, how they are part of the democratic discussion we need about all these things. And therefore also at the global level, the voice of civil society, the voice of researchers from all around the world, from ethicists from all around the world is absolutely critical. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fine. We still got it within 7 minutes. Not that that's the biggest virtue in the world, but it makes my job easier. So I'm going to kick off at what clearly is a wonderful set of remarks for getting us going, all very provocative, and move things around a little bit. But Cesar, I want to come back to you initially because of the three of you, you had the most optimistic tone. And it's always lovely to hear how the glass is perhaps even I don't know, a fifth full as opposed to 4/5 empty, if in fact there's any fullness at all. But you raised the point about the absence of tools for fairness and solidarity. And in the light of both Fatima's and also Ilona's comments, how could you see tools assisting, given the political backdrop, the recognition that at root we're looking at profound unfair distributions of power between nations and also within nations, but certainly between nations? What a tool for solidarity or for fairness, and what do you mean by that? How would it help?
Well, tools.
How would they help?
Yeah, great. But anyway, just talking about the optimism. If you live in Africa, you can't help but be an optimist because it's what keeps you going every day in some of the circumstances that we have to deal with. But then anyway, the answer to your question about the tools is this. You see, Ilona spoke about bringing in civil society, bringing in various voices into the debate. Now, that means there is governance really at the end of the day, because you're talking about participation, you're talking about accountability, you're talking about transparency. Now, to be able to ensure this, you need to have at least certain clear things that people need to be looking for. So let's imagine tools, solidarity. Imagine that we agreed on a list of things for certain actors within the global health space. Let's say funders, or let's say, even global health governance organizations. These are a list of things that we've agreed on. We do not necessarily even have to agree on a definition of solidarity. Because, theoretical, Amartya Sen talks about reasoned disagreements. If we have common goals, we can even have theoretical differences. And policy is made by having common goals. So if we are able to list 10 goals, we have the millennium, the development goals and all that, and we do not, the signatories do not agree theoretically on what is behind them. But if we have these goals, then the other thing is this: political power is power. But at the end of the day, political power is also, to some extent, accountable to the public. If we get public buy-in into these ideas, politicians will move. I mean, look at even what is happening with regard to the environment. As more and more people in the population are interested in a green environment, governments will have to start to dance to that tune. Secondly, with regard to the let's say the for-profit players, at the end of the day, they also respond to shareholders. And if their shareholders hold certain values, and that's why I mentioned the idea of working on the ethical environment. If the ethical environment pushes them in a certain direction, these big, corporate bodies will dance to that tune. We've seen it even, for example, with regard to including gender balance in decision-making. When it became unsustainable for certain companies, because this is what the public and their shareholders were demanding, they changed. Mm-hmm. So it's a multi-level game that we need to play. But in order to play this game, we need to define a few things, not too many. And that's what I mean by tools.
I see. That's very helpful. That's very helpful. I'm going to move that over, as you framed it, Cesar, and take it a bit to Fatima. You hinted, or maybe you didn't hit, you sort of signaled in your comments that you thought a human rights platform or strategy was perhaps the way that we might move towards something like moral progress in the future. And I'm wondering whether you see that as in contrast to what Cesar is describing, or as a strategy for dealing with the collapse, or perhaps the failure in ever to have instantiated a functioning global governance structure of the sort that Ilona spoke about. So what do you mean by a human rights framework for dealing with this going forward?
So I think if we just take a step back, we all thought in March 2020 that we wouldn't even have to invoke the language of human rights, that it would be a no-brainer and it would be obvious that you'll have a fair, rational, ethical approach to how you research the vaccines, how you share the data, and then how you share that knowledge with the rest of the world. And then we just did a total about turn. And so unfortunately, what we're having to do now is to use the human rights language and jurisprudence and the tradition of claiming or asserting those human rights, particularly civil and political rights, to be able to access some supplies of vaccines, using the law to be trying to challenge the intellectual property stranglehold that we're currently in. So I think what we're trying to suggest is that in the absence of an ethical framework where the entire world agrees with what the DG of the WHO, when he says 40% of every person should be vaccinated by the end of 21, let's start with healthcare workers and people who are elderly. Why wasn't that sufficient to get the entire world to agree to that kind of ethical, rational framework on the allocation of vaccines? And it wasn't, people were not receptive to that, because at the heart of it, there isn't a priority of the human rights of individuals, and there is a priority of property claims. And so I think the tension that we're seeing in this pandemic, which we thought we wouldn't, because we thought we were going to do this differently to the HIV/AIDS crisis, and that we had learned all our lessons 20 years ago, is that it's actually played out in a worse way, because this time was not on our side. And so we didn't have the luxury of time to use the tools available to us. The UN experts in the human rights sort of field have been issuing statement after statement after statement on equity and ethics and solidarity, but it doesn't seem to have really reached those very shareholders that Cesar talks about, or the CEOs. In fact, they've become billionaires, and since the disclosure of the new variant, in fact, some of the stocks of these pharmaceutical companies have even went higher. Because you're now going to need booster shots. So I do think that we're dealing with, and I think Ilona's right, the intersection of power, of human rights law, and of ethics within a global pandemic, and we're trying to use all the old tools that were available to us, but clearly we've seen they're not fit for purpose, because if they were fit for purpose, we would be in a very different situation. I just wanted to mention one thing about data that Ilona talked about. Even sharing data in a pandemic has been hampered by IP. So people have been focusing on patterns, which is correct. I mean, I'm one of the big, focuses on patterns. But this is why the waiver has been so important, because we said it's not just patterns that are going to restrict access. You can't even share scientific data. You can't even share the data on how to repair a ventilator unless you lift the invocation of copyright protections in this pandemic. So, there's a real intersection there. And I think for those, people who are getting research grants or whatever, if you're getting funded to do specific pieces of work, COVAX is, I think, the example we all need to look at of, that's the clearest for me illustration of where ethics just failed us. And actually private power and greed and vaccine nationalism took over, which is the reason why COVAX can't meet any of its targets. But it was started with that idea that you talk about, Cesar, about solidarity in a pandemic, and what Ilona talks about, sharing of supplies and sharing of doses. But it hasn't worked. And let's unpack the systemic factors and reasons, which obviously is linked to, profiteering and intellectual property laws. So I'm going to be less optimistic than Cesar, only because we've just seen the cost of what this has meant for us over the last 15 months, not just in terms of illness, but also in terms of death. Thanks.
Ilona, we're, I think, all agreed on this panel. And in fact, I think it would be difficult for any morally awake person to disagree with the view that we've had a catastrophic moral failure globally, right, in the context of this pandemic. So that's the premise, and we're all struggling, right, to both better understand what went wrong, to get the right framing to characterize the dynamic we've gotten ourselves into, and also now increasingly to think about what needs to happen going forward. So from the going forward standpoint, this was a summit, is a summit convened about the role that ethics could contribute or should contribute, and that ethicists can. As a political scientist, and not as someone like Cesar and myself, whose primary expertise is in ethics, what do we do? I mean, is it basically we just move to the side and it's really a matter of working through either human rights law or finding a better pathway to some sort of global geopolitics that's different? I mean, does ethics even matter from where you sit, Ilona? Do ethicists like Cesar and I have anything to contribute? I'm being intentionally provocative in that regard, going to those, and I'll come back to you as well, Fatima, with the same question. So what do you think, Ilona? I mean, besides,
well, Ruth, I think there are short and long-term issues. I think ethicists have helped tremendously over the last decades to help us understand a whole range of issues better and to frame them in a much better way, also in politics and in advocacy. If you think also of the influence of quite theoretical frameworks like Rawls, etc., it's absolutely extraordinary how that has entered the global health and the global governance debate. So that's one side of the picture. The other side of the picture is really the necessary alliances that need to be built now between academia and ethicists. Many of them belong to that, and particularly the democratic and civil society voices and many countries from the global south, because we are going to start negotiating a pandemic treaty. We are going to have to look forcefully at the World Trade Organization. I mean, everybody is sort of saying, look at WHO, it isn't functioning. If you ask me, and the new head of the World Trade Organization agrees, has said that, the World Trade Organization doesn't function anymore. Because it's stuck in a very, very old-fashioned notion of trade, of global interaction, of power imbalances, of what counts, etc., etc. So I think we have to be aware that a lot of this power debate is going on not only in the health governance organizations, but in other organizations that contribute to governing health. And those are also the human rights organizations. I found it very important that the Human Rights Commissioner has been much more involved in global health discussions, for example, than was the case in the past. But we also have to be careful, and this, I think, is a major challenge also to human rights and to human rights lawyers, if I might say that, Fatima, is there has been, because of the tradition of a fair bit of human rights discussion, and we're experiencing that at the national level now in Europe, that human rights are defined only individualistically as my right and not as your right. And we have to move the human rights debate fully and squarely into the equity debate. We have to do that, and into the solidarity debate, which leads us back to Cesar. And if we can then, you know, in a number of different organizations, start to develop those rules and those tools that Cesar alluded to, then we will start to build a global consensus. But that means we also have to address the decoupling of global health. If you know, global health actors like China, like the US, like the EU, don't talk to each other anymore on these issues, then it's really going to be very difficult to move forward. But I urge everybody, use this treaty debate to push these kinds of agendas. Don't think, oh, this is something over there about pandemics. No. This pandemic treaty is about the future of global health. It's about how we define this space. And therefore, I would hope that ethicists really look at it and say, this is how it should be framed.
It's extremely important. I'm glad you're saying that so boldly for the ethics community to hear in this summit. Fatima, as the human rights lawyer, expert, and activist, your response.
So I don't know if I'm an expert, but what I can say is that three things. The one is that without the WHO's leadership on the ethical failings of global leaders and pharmaceutical companies in the last 18 months, and particularly the DG of the WHO, the world would not have understood the gravity of what we were dealing with. And I have no doubt it's because some of his advisors are ethicists. And I think that that is such an important investment in the WHO, because we didn't have that in the HIV/AIDS days. We didn't have the DG of the WHO stand up and say, this is an ethical failing to not treat every single healthcare worker first before you treat young people who are not at risk. And without his warning bells, I think we would have been in a very different situation. And it forced people to do the introspection. It made leaders as well as CEOs of pharmaceutical companies uncomfortable. The WHO did not do that, and they're struggling. And I agree with Ilona. We have said that they're becoming irrelevant as the days passes in this pandemic, because they have not been able to take us out of this pandemic, and they had the power to do this in October 2020 already when we asked for the waiver. The second thing I want to say is ethicists are mirrors to our society. They are mirrors to all our failings, and they are mirrors to all the inequalities. And we need you to continue being the people that blow the whistle and that make us uncomfortable and everybody else who make decisions uncomfortable, because nobody else is going to call it out. Nobody else is going to call the inequality or the unfairness or the lack of prioritization out, except the people who are tasked to do this job. And I think that's an important thing. The third is that without the ethics committees, and here again, I'm just talking about the South African experience. And so obviously we need to invest in really strong independent ethics committees in every part of the world. Without the ethics committees in South Africa, we would have had a free-for-all. We would have had, if you're rich and you're white, you would have gotten to the front of the queue. And if you were poor and if you were black, you would have been at the back of the queue. So the ethics committees, that particular structure becomes a bulwark for people who try and extract as much as they can without due consideration of those who are most vulnerable and most at risk. And in many respects, when you have governments that are either weak or dysfunctional, I mean, we've had 3 ministers in 1 year in the middle of a pandemic, you need the ethics committees to be that mirror. And so, you know, I just want to recognize that element of why this is so important, irrespective of what happens with the treaty, or what happens with the funding of the WHO, or what happens with the WTO and the waiver. We need to make sure that this body of professionals continues without political interference, without executive interference, and without corporate influence. If we have too many philanthropists and people who are putting money on the table also becoming the ethicists and the people who decide what is ethical, what is equity, then we're going to have a serious problem. So how do we invest in that new generation of ethicists, I think is also going to be the challenge. And just remember, the last point is racism, right? So people in my parts of the world will maybe want to listen to a Black woman ethicist. Where are they? And so the question of representation and inclusion and diversity is not just a debate that is happening in the legal field or in the IP field or, you know, in other global health circles. I think it's also a conversation that is now becoming more prominent in this, because that is where, Ilona, we bring in the principles of Ubuntu, for example, in South Africa, uses that concept of human solidarity, of what is of benefit to the community, not what is of benefit to Fatima, for example. And that is how you preference a community's interest or a region's interest or a continent's interest over the selfish interests of a few, which is what we've called vaccine nationalism in the past year.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, so as someone who works on structural injustice globally, I feel a bit of a shot in the arm, to use a terrible metaphor, I guess, in the context of the pandemic, that maybe some of what we do has value. But what I'm hearing so powerfully right now, and Cesar, I want you to come in as the representative of the professional philosopher ethicist here, is real evidence, anecdotal, but felt hard from Fatima, that ethics committees and ethicists at the national level have sometimes been extraordinarily powerfully important. And we heard this in the previous session, not always successfully, but in some cases. So if we go from the national to the global, let's say we've learned a lot about what has worked and what has not worked nationally in terms of how people trained in ethics can contribute, have contributed, have not been heard, have been heard, and so on. Globally now, are there structures that we can think of that could be helpful or useful for that same kind of contribution by people trained in ethics? Cesar, first thoughts, and then I want to go to Ilona and Fatima.
Yes, I mean, in the first place, I think there is a need for this globally. And I think both Ilona and Fatima have agreed that there is a role for ethics in this pandemic. And at the end of the day, one thing I just want to say is this. I mean, a lot of us are academics trained with different labels. Let us always keep in mind, I mean, what ethics is about. I mean, it's about the good of the people. That's what we're trying to do. So we may come at it from different angles, but it is not either one or. That is important. There is a role. I mean, there is a role for everybody. Yes, at an international level, this is important. The idea of, okay, we need legal tools, and I think Jerome said this in the very first session, where he said, you know, with ethics, you can actually aim very high. You can aim for the ideals. When you come to use the law, sometimes you have to aim for what is pragmatic, knowing that you may not even achieve the ideal. With some of the human rights tools that we have, we also know that they do work to protect people, but they also have their limitations. For example, what Ilona mentioned, and then even Fatima later on mentioned, in an African context, we will need to correct the individualistic approach of certain human rights discourses with a more communitarian or Ubuntu-like approach. which is actually a solidarity approach. But talking about real tools, I think, I mean, an example like the ethics committee that both you and I are part of, but making these a larger global conversation, listening to, I mean, ethical reflections from people living in the Middle East and I mean, people living in South America, but we need to have a global ethical conversation going in order to keep these questions alive and also to enrich our discourse. So I think, I mean, at a global level, and I think the UNESCO national committees do something like that, but sometimes, I mean, there are, okay, anyway, I'll stop there. Yeah.
So I want to pick up on just this, your comment, and Ilona, turf this back to you, and then I will come back to you also, Fatima. I don't even know where to go first. There's so much I want to ask each of you, and I'm trying to weave questions from the wider audience into my questions. So for those of you who are listening, I'm looking at Maxwell is doing a lovely job triaging the chat, and I'm trying to integrate into my comments without sort of calling out questions that are coming in from the wider group. So we heard in the previous sessions we had, and I'm pushing a theme here, we heard different perspectives and discussions about the importance of having people trained in ethics around the table, whatever that means, around the policy table. This was pretty much at the national level, beginning with the exchange in the session in which Dr. Fauci made this point, and others agreed, right? The importance of integrating and having ethics people around whatever the table is where the policy decisions are actually made. And then the sessions continued into a debate between separate ethics committees, embedded ethics people, and so on, where it worked, where it doesn't. So if we're envisioning or hoping, whether it's through the new pandemic treaty or otherwise, to develop, Ilona, going forward, global governance structures that will function, right, or have a chance of functioning in a way that global governance structures, and not only health ones, but others as well, have failed the world in this pandemic. Who do you see around the table, and would you make a parallel argument that people trained in ethics, people who bring the ethics, the formal ethics analytic lens to a set of issues, should be in that core sort of list of, if not stakeholders, expertise, or not? I mean, are we sort of, next order of importance, or right up in there with other areas of expertise as well as other stakeholder considerations, in your view?
Ruth, I think, the voice of ethics is incredibly important, but I'd like to add a few provisos. One is what has already been alluded to, that the ethical understanding from different parts of the world is ensured. Because, we've brought economics into global health, but then it was just one understanding of economics. And we're now trying to address that through the new WHO Economic Council to say, there's totally different kinds of economics out there, circular economics, the economic thinking of traditional and indigenous societies, etc. So I think ethics, yes, point one. Point two, the ethics, really a global ethics with that debate. We don't have to agree on everything, but we have to talk about everything. And then to ensure a debate with others. I mean, as a political scientist, I'm interested in power, but there's nothing more useful to have a discussion between people interested in power and people interested in ethics and morals and morality. And which is important because, if I look at the German Constitution, the first sentence is, the dignity of humans is inviolable. So, die Würde des Menschen ist unantastbar. What does that mean? The European Union Charter of Rights says the same thing. What does that mean? How do we challenge Germany? How do we challenge the European Union with that statement right up front in relation to the World Trade Organization decisions? You know, those are the kind of things. And that's why I think, you know, we as a discipline can learn from your discipline, but maybe we can teach you a thing or two about power, and then we can join forces and say what tools are needed to take us forward. And, you know, no one tool will ever be enough. The treaty won't be enough, but using such a process, you know, to make a point or several points is absolutely critical. And so, you know, don't leave that treaty to the health security people. Make sure you take possession of it.
And Fatima, okay. So as you listen to Ilona and also Cesar, but Ilona, where do you see the work that needs to be done with respect to the new treaty prospects, but also more broadly around data and data sharing that you have given such voice to?
This is for me, right?
It is for you.
Yeah. Okay. So first, I mean, just I have to use what Ilona said. It would be wonderful if progressive ethicists around the world would actually support the TRIPS waiver and, you know, publicly state that. I think that would be brilliant. And I think that what's happening in Germany is quite interesting because there's a group of organizations around the world that have now filed a legal case in Germany saying that you are acting inconsistently with your domestic obligations in blocking the TRIPS waiver, because if you believe in the dignity of people in Germany, you should believe in the dignity of people all around the world. And that's, exactly, you know, that's a similar argument that is being used for the whole of Europe and the US, because that is at the heart of vaccine nationalism, right? That you care about your own first, which is why of the 7 billion doses that have been already administered, the majority went to high-income countries. And, you know, only some of us have been blowing the whistle about this when there should have been a greater outcry. So the pandemic treaty, look, it's controversial. Already we are seeing an intersection of vested interests. We're seeing corporate power influences. We're seeing very nationalistic European, in particular. I don't think the EU, in my view, plays a very positive role in this pandemic and also in the negotiations. So we are going to need as many allies as possible, including the people who have no vested interest. And by that, I mean, that's your community. You don't have a research agenda. You're not doing a clinical trial for a particular pharmaceutical company. There is very minimal conflicts of interest that you are having to navigate, right? We are normally called the activists who just shout very loudly. So, you know, often people don't take us seriously. But when the Vatican came out and supported the relaxation of IP and Nobel laureates did so, and, you know, former world leaders, then the world sat up and listened. So I do think that there's a significant role, because this treaty could go in the total opposite direction, like we've seen with the TRIPS waiver, where the EU came with a third way, its own proposal. I mean, 100 countries are telling you we want a waiver, and they're all from the global south, and this will help us. And the EU says, no, we will come with our own way. You must now use the EU way. So I think it's just a pattern of the way in which the rich North, I'm sorry, but that is how the rich North operates in multiple settings. And so our guard has to be up against the pandemic treaty. Apparently there's language around wartime measures that are going to be used, various different adaptations of language that don't really speak to what we need in a pandemic, without mentioning intellectual property. So, I don't know how we're going to have a pandemic treaty if you're not going to deal with the elephant in the room, which is the stranglehold. I will say it again, the stranglehold of intellectual property has meant that many of us are getting sick and will die.
Can I just say we have a new German government and a new German health minister. Things might change.
Yeah,
we hope so.
Yeah, hope springs eternal, which is where Cesar started us. We are at the end of our time. And I'm going to try later, for benefit of our community, to distill some of the, the sort of key points that have come out of this conversation. But I'm going to try a little bit, one last comment. There's at least a de minimis kind of sense in which I'm hearing all three of you say that things are perhaps a bit better than they have been from the global equity, structural, global justice standpoint in this respect. Perhaps, Fatima, because of the constant clarion call of the DG and others, there is now at least a global recognition, right, that unrestrained vaccine nationalism is morally indefensible and utterly unacceptable, right? So that's something. Maybe that's not much. And the other sort of hopeful manifestation of that is, as Ilona pointed out, the fact that countries from the global south are saying equity must be the defining characteristic of a new pandemic treaty. And that's also perhaps empowered by the recognition of failure. So I don't want to suggest that it was a good thing that the world failed so that there could be an increased acknowledgement of what is wrong, but at least there is that. So I want to take this moment to thank our three fabulous presenters, not only for their comments today, but for all the hard work that all three of you are doing to advance national and global justice in your own work. So thank you for that so much. I'm going to turn the baton over now to Ross Upshur, who is going to moderate the next and final panel of this very important summit. And Ross has asked, as I understand it, for a minimalist introduction, which is difficult to do in his case, but he is from the Department of Family and Community Medicine and the Dalai Lama School of Public Health in Toronto. And also he is co-chair of the WHO COVID-19 Ethics Working Group, which is the inspiration for this summit. So with that, Ross, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruth, and thank you all for so far a very stimulating and provocative summit. I think our work plan is coming clear. And in this final session, ethics-informed policy making the route forward, our primary objective and aim is to reflect on everything that we've heard from the summit so far and identify the steps that we need to take to improve how ethics is taken up into public health decision-making for pandemic preparedness and response. But before we begin, I would like to note and acknowledge that I'm speaking from Canada, and the land that I'm on is for thousands of years has been the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. And as we've been speaking about global health justice, I think it's important that we acknowledge some of the injustices that have been committed against Indigenous people, and I think it's been happening also during the pandemic. So without further ado, we'll get started. We have three distinguished speakers with us. I'm going to introduce them all and then turn to them to help us sort of tie this together, to reflect on some of the things that we've heard in all three of the panels, which have been excellent. They've covered broad issues about how bioethics has been engaged in policy. We've heard about the heterogeneous and different experiences and different models in which bioethics has engaged in policy. And we had a very interesting, stimulating, and profound discussion from three different perspectives on how global health justice operates. So I'm very pleased if the presenters and panelists could turn on their cameras. We have with us today Peter Singer, who's the Special Advisor to the Director General of the World Health Organization and the former Chief Executive Officer of Grand Challenges Canada. He was also the founding director of the Joint Centre for Bioethics at the University of Toronto. We have Professor Effie Viana, who is a Professor of Bioethics at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich and Chair of the Greek Bioethics and Technoethics Commission. And finally, we have Dr. Anant Bhan, who's a researcher in global health policy and bioethics with over 20 years of experience. And he's also the immediate past president of the International Association of Bioethics. So panelists, I'm going to ask you to speak on and reflect on, I'll give you 5 minutes to reflect on the broader question of, given what you've heard today, how can we best advance and integrate ethics into policymaking to make a real meaningful difference in global health? And I'm going to start with Peter. Peter, over to you first, please. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Ross. Let me just say up front how wonderful it is to be reconnected with old friends in the ethics community and new friends. And let me also just say how important the messages of inclusion that the great Fatima Hassan and Cesar and others have been sharing with us in terms of moving ethics forward and moving towards change in the real world. Look, I think that the key messages of the pandemic, the key lessons are 3, and those are equity, equity, and equity. And the applications of that lesson are clear in all kinds of ways. For example, the work, the case study of Kwame McKenzie on the Black community in Toronto, et cetera. But I want to focus on vaccine equity, which is such an important issue, or vaccine inequity, or shall I say vaccine injustice, because of the structural issues underlying those inequities. I also want to compare it to the earlier work we did on the ethics of SARS that Ross led. And while that issue was mentioned there, it didn't really come to the fore in the same way because there was no SARS vaccine. And so to me, the first lesson is that issue rises front and center. And the fundamental ethical issue in the pandemic is about justice. And at the moment, the key application is about vaccine justice. You know, a year ago, I wrote that this was the defining challenge of 2021. And frankly, it's a challenge against which the world community failed. It is, as Tedros has said, he says the world is on a brink of a catastrophic moral failure. You know, there's 70% plus vaccination rates in many high-income countries, 7% across the African continent. That is one of the greatest ethical failures of our time. That leads to many deaths, and there's still about 50,000 deaths a week, and we're confronting Omicron. So where could ethicists come in? Well, I think a key question is, why do we have that catastrophic failure, and how to motivate action to redress it? And that's actually the opportunity for ethics. It does raise some very fundamental questions about whether we truly believe that all lives are of equal value, as we say we do, whether we truly believe that all people are created equal, as we say we do, whether we truly believe that we should love our neighbor as we love ourselves. I think these fundamental values are really called into question because essentially we're not acting as though we believe those things. About 20 years ago, Sali Benatar, Abdullah Dar, and I wrote a piece on a set of values for global health ethics. And we argued that underlying any theory of equity has to be a value of solidarity. And underlying a value of solidarity has to be a value of empathy. Because without empathy, there is no motivation to action. And that's just a snapshot of how, you know, something that ethicists might look like, because it's that empathy that motivates the type of actions we were hearing about in the last panel. Sadly, you know, what Omicron has brought us to is the place in the pandemic where our argument is, okay, if you don't care about justice and you don't care about saving lives, maybe you'll care about self-preservation, because the way to prevent future variants is to vaccinate the world. That's kind of a sad place. I hope I'm wrong about that, but it is something, the balance of self-interest and justice is something to consider. So taking those considerations, that's where I think the opportunity lies for ethics. Why is there this failure to act? Why is there this catastrophic moral failure? What can we do about it? And here, I just want to echo the words that many people have said about my brother and colleague and friend, Dr. Tedros' leadership. I think he has been the voice of moral clarity through this pandemic. And I think that's an extremely important value. His principled leadership, I think, has really been extraordinarily impressive. I'm very proud to work with him. I also think this applies to the treaty discussions or the convention, shall we say, discussions, as Ilona was saying, because at the heart of that is equity, justice, solidarity, and empathy. And we have to understand how to build empathy in order to know how to build solidarity. And finally, I just want to concur with Fatima. You know, the intellectual property regime may or may not be okay in peacetime, to mix the metaphors that I think she was saying that we shouldn't use, but it's not okay in wartime. And we need to seriously revisit how these underlying structural systems serve or don't serve humanity. Because at the end of the day, what we have here is a triumph of science, a failure of humanity. And it's up to the ethics community in part to figure out how to motivate us to actually live our values, which at the moment, I would say the world community is not doing. I really look forward to the discussion and to the comments of Effie and Anat, both of whom I greatly admire. And with that, Ross, I yield the floor back to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Effie, can I ask you to give 5 minutes thinking on this topic, please?
Sure, thank you, Ross, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. It has been such a rich afternoon. And one of the things, as I was listening in, I was thinking, okay, this is not just rich, it's also honest, because we're talking about our failures and also asking these big questions to ourselves. What did we as an ethics community did not or could have done better? So I do appreciate very much the honesty in asking the question and what we heard. Despite this whole thing of failure that I think it's the theme, I want to say that I subscribe to what we heard earlier, that to some extent something good came out in the last 2 years, and it's the fact that we did have more conversations about ethics. Of course, the outcome is not what we would have wanted it to be, but we did have these louder voices. I think Dr. Tedros, of course, put that moral vocabulary out there, which it was incredibly powerful and helpful, but also at the national levels, we saw discussions with the national ethics commissions, bioethicists talking about different things. It was out there. That's a good thing. I think we want to keep that. But when it comes to, okay, why weren't we successful in the ways we would have liked to be successful? When we look at the many frameworks we have in public health ethics and global health ethics, Peter already mentioned earlier work about the values that should underline our policies. Why didn't these actually translate into action? And even in the literature we have been producing in our field, we often talk about the deficit we have to go from theory, from the values we present, to practice, to actually articulating practical guidance, to translate that so they can be, these principles and these values, they can be picked up and acted upon. So it seems to me we did clearly have an implementation issue of the guidance, a translation issue, and these sort of practical things that people wanted to hear. And this, when I think about the failure, let's say, I think of this in this way. And at the same time, it's the failure, but also where we could be better. And that's in what we say as bioethics and ethics community, how we say it, and to whom we're saying those things. So by what we say, I refer mostly not to theoretical principles and values that I think to a great extent, we have worked out. That's work in progress always, but we have a lot that we could have translated. So the question is how our work can actually focus on that part of implementation, practical guidance, translation. And I want to mention that at least at the national level, very often, the bioethics communities or the ethics commissions were asked either wrongly framed questions infused with bias, with ignoring the injustice or blinded by structural injustice, but also we're often asked to give yes or no answers to things that are complex, that require the more analytical work. So it was a mix of having the theoretical work there, not having the translational part sorted out well, and then also being confronted with policymakers who want these yes or no questions. And I think it was Cesar earlier who mentioned that we need this mutual learning between the ethicists and the policymakers in how we speak to each other, because they ask certain types of questions, they require the certain types of answers. And I think we saw here, we had this sort of translation issue. The second point, I think, is how we say something. And by how, I mean the process. I mean, we saw when we heard it today, it was very diverse how we involve the ethicists and bioethicists in the policy discussions, varied by country. And in many places, in some places it was better than in others, but that's fine as long as we have that some sort of process. That's okay. But where I think we did not have a process was at the global level. What was the process of hearing and listening to the ethics community at the global level? That's why my hopes are up for the treaty, because I think maybe that's the piece we're missing, that global level conversation. And the final point at my last minute here is that I do think it mattered a lot to whom the ethicists are talking to. And again, that was diverse. Some could talk to the very top tier policymakers, some they would talk to some people who would talk to other people who would maybe eventually reach the policymakers. And there, I think, again, the way the whom we're addressing in order to challenge also these questions of powers about which we heard earlier is something we must improve. We have to have this direct conversation with people who make decisions, and then we would have to have a bigger role to play in the public discourse, because in democracies and when we're talking about legitimization of certain political decisions, I think there we need to have a better engaged public that can lead to change when things are not okay. So all of that to say that we have, I think it's not difficult to identify where we can improve. I think we've done quite a lot of work on what the problem is. So now that's this, and these are the three areas, at least I propose. And it's important to see them at the national level, at the same time at the global level, and see them as prepared for now, but also as preparation for the years to come and the crisis to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Effie. Anand, can I invite you to give your thoughts, please?
Thanks, Ross. A pleasure and honor to be among friends, colleagues who I greatly respect. And what an important topic we are discussing today. Great set of discussions preceding our panel. When we talk about improving ethical uptake into public health decision making, one of the things we need to remember, and I think all of us are privy to this, is that public health decision making is often very complex. There's so many stakeholders influenced, and when you have the urgency of decision making required, which is especially challenging during a pandemic, then it makes things certainly difficult. Usually the decisions which are made are based on frameworks which are available. Unfortunately, what has happened is that in many countries, these frameworks are primarily legal in nature. So a lot of the response was driven by law and order. It was driven by what options they had in country laws in terms of responding to the pandemic needs. And this meant that, for example, when lockdowns were announced, they were announced very quickly without perhaps adequately thinking through what implications these might be having on vulnerable communities, without preparing actually for that impact to be ameliorated in any way. The second problem which happens often is that because there is this urgency, you tend to prioritize pandemics over everything else, right? So you saw hospitals being converted into COVID hospitals, diversion of resources to COVID care without recognizing that there are non-COVID requirements in health systems which are equally important. So when we talk about preparing for pandemics, we also need to remind our policymakers to be better prepared to respond to non-COVID care. The other fact, of course, is, for me, I think it's very, very clear that the pandemic is a very good reflection on how health systems are. And our health systems really are not resilient. They're really not prepared for these kind of acute exigencies. And this means that when you have situations like a pandemic, it just tells you what are the shortcomings, whether those be with regards to the investments in the health system, staffing, infrastructure, in just having trained individuals available, lab facilities, etc. On top of that, I think a lot of policymakers tend to take decisions which they see as being politically favorable. So that is where the role of vaccine nationalism, vaccine subnationalism comes out. That, of course, then means that there are huge inequities, both sometimes within the country as well as globally, which play out. So then what do we need to do differently? I mean, I think certainly we need to work with stakeholders, as I said, because we need to understand how to really integrate ethics in that response. As Jerome and many others said in the earlier panels, we of course also need to start by speaking truth to power. I think, if ethicists don't do it, no one else is going to do it. So we really need to raise those concerns about decisions which are made, about how those decisions are made, who's involved, and the impact it is having on populations, both nationally and globally. But of course, you also need to then make the supportive tools available. And that is where the role of frameworks, at various levels, whether the way you triage it, you do triage in a clinic, whether the way you do priority setting for vaccines or new interventions, whether how equity can be built in. All of these need to be made available because you cannot just ask questions and not provide solutions. That's where I think the role of guidelines which have come from the WHO across the various committees have been useful. That has also happened at the national level in many countries, and I think that hopefully has helped. But also it is questions around simple things like how do we make sure that any response is not stigmatizing and it doesn't discriminate, because those were huge issues as well in the way apps were used, for example, in the way people were labeled as being infected and stigmatized hugely. So of course, we need to get our hands dirty by getting involved in the process of decision making and trying to mainstream ethics into those conversations. What I found useful is one, of course, being available. So, being vocal, being available on media, on social media, speaking out, using platforms. Just yesterday, for example, I had this opportunity to speak to High Court justices in India. It was a very interesting conversation because when you engage with people, and we sometimes think of policymakers just as perhaps politicians or bureaucrats, but it is also, for example, our legal leaders who can bring about change. So I think wherever there is an opportunity, we need to do it. But of course, we also need to train our next generation of public health professionals and policymakers on why public health ethics is important. So the capacity building part becomes hugely important. So I think if we can get some of these conversations going, we'd probably do better in the future.
Thank you, Anant. So as we're bringing this summit to a close, the three of you have the very weighty responsibility of helping us shape the agenda of how to better integrate ethics into policymaking. Cesar had four modalities that he discussed to bring ethics out: capacity building, embedding bioethics from the beginning, creating new tools to think about and measure the unmeasured, and engaging in public conversation and community engagement. What other additional strategies do you think and mechanisms, being constructive, can we envision to bring things forward? Peter, I'll go to you first, and then to Effie, and then to Anant, and then we'll have to unfortunately bring this very fascinating summit to a close. Peter, over to you, please.
Thank you, Russ. I think that the ethics community could do a huge service by focusing on two things. One is, and it's very much along the translational lines that Effie was just talking about, how can we actually motivate leaders at all levels? And now I'm talking about, from heads of government down to community leaders and everything in between in the health system. How can we motivate leaders to actually live our stated values, especially related to justice? Because this is all about justice. That's really the paramount value here. And to do that, we have to understand why leaders are not living essentially their or our stated values, very simple values, both secular and religious, that go back thousands of years. And I cited many of them. Love thy neighbor like you love thyself. Why are we not living those values? If we could understand that and use that understanding of the moral failure to translate that into moral action or more moral action, that's something that would be an incredible contribution from the ethics community. And number two, and there's only two things on my list, and I'm sure this has come up and different people have mentioned it. And I've learned a lot about this over the last 2 decades from friends like Anant and Jerome and others. I think at the heart of a lot of the actions that we see is at least othering, if not some embedded colonial values, if not, as Fatima was calling out, frankly, racism. And I think one very important role of ethics is to challenge those embedded assumptions. And that's a particular form of speaking truth to power. It's focusing in on those very assumptions. And it leads to issues of inclusion and so on. So in summary, Ross, I think ethicists can make a huge contribution by doing two things: translating and highlighting and spotlighting how we're actually not living our stated values and translating that into ethical action, for example, on vaccine equity. And I suggest we coalesce around concrete things like that, vaccine justice. And then secondly, challenging assumptions when there do seem to be some embedded colonial or, I'm sorry to say, racist assumptions underlying some decisions. I think that's a terrific role for ethicists. And of course, joining hands with the wonderful activist community that has really spotlighted issues in justice as well. So thank you, Ross. And again, it's a great honor to be back with such friends and such wise folks who have such an important role to play to get this pandemic to end. Because as Tedros said, it's not a matter of chance, it's a matter of choice. And that choice is in our hands, equity's in our hands, and that choice will be motivated by ethical values, especially if we can use them to motivate action more effectively than they are motivating action today. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you, Peter, for your very thoughtful input. Effie, over to you, please.
Well, I agree with all that Peter suggested, but I do want to highlight again this translational question. I mentioned it before. I think it's where we need to put a lot of work, because I think the theoretical work in terms of frameworks and values we've been doing for longer. And it is available to us. We don't have to reinvent it. What we have to do is to articulate it. So I think the translation part is where we have to play a better role. Another thing that at least in my experience, was very obvious during the pandemic is that those questions, those ethical questions, at the national level, the ethics debate was consumed, or rather, we're all consumed with our national concerns. It was about what's going to happen in this country or in the other country. I'm a citizen of two countries, so I was following two conversations, and these two conversations were in parallel, but it was all about what's happening in these two countries. So in a global world that we live in, and in talking constantly and discussing globalization and everything like that, how do we get the global concerns that we have to become lively discussions in our countries? Of course, understand it's a matter of crisis, so we have to mind our business to begin with, but I was missing at the national level this powerful discussion we had to have about what's happening globally, because of course, as we can see in the course of the pandemic is a global thing. It's not something we're going to do within our boundaries. And here, I think that perhaps in the process point of my thinking about this, perhaps there is also a role for WHO to put those nations, to bring to those nations, not a checklist necessarily or an index, but something that we could use, even our national ethics committees could use, to say how much of these conversations are having, where do we stand as nations? So we're not exhausted in what's happening at our national level. And I'm not saying at various nations we were successful, but still the biggest failure I see is at the global level. So I'm thinking translation, and I'm thinking some other tool, either an index or something that WHO or other UN agencies can produce together that countries can use. That's it. I don't have
Thanks, Effie. Yeah, I like the tool. I like the ranking health systems by their ethical performance. That's always very motivating. It certainly gets universities to get concerned as well. Everybody responds to rankings. Anant, over to you, please.
Thanks. Maybe just taking on from Effie, the problem in global health is not unique to the pandemic, right? There are issues around racism, around colonialism, around inequities, which predate the pandemic. And of course, when we need to talk about reforms, we need to recognize that, acknowledge that, and say that, of course, we need to prioritize our responses during the pandemic, but we also need to talk about what is wrong with global health and what we need to fix it. So let me add on a couple of other thoughts besides the excellent, collection of ideas which Cesar talked about. And I think one element of that is accountability. We need to keep folks, make folks accountable. If these are politicians, if these are funders, if these are researchers, all bodies at all levels need to be made accountable for the decisions that they have made over the last almost 2 years and continue to make, because this has impacted lives, millions of lives in many, many ways, which has been very traumatic. So if we can get more of accountability built in, I think we can perhaps bring about a difference. The other thing is, we really need more transparency. A lot of these decisions are happening within, small rooms in Geneva, perhaps on Zoom calls, which involve people in power. And those decisions are often also infected with the same iniquities and the lack of representation, especially from low and middle income countries, which is extremely important. When you don't have that happen, you actually have a breakdown of trust. You have a situation now where for most people like me in low and middle income countries, for students, for people who are living on the ground, there is sometimes a total lack of trust in the way global health functions. And this impacts even the trust in organizations such as the WHO, for example. Why is the WHO not able to intervene, for example, is a question I get often asked. And I think it's an important one in terms of saying what role does the WHO play in a situation like this, and what role do multiple other organizations, including Ethicists, and our associations play in that. So I think if we value respect for persons, respect for communities, which we all get taught about as being one of the crucial elements of bioethics, then it has to start by recognizing these issues and then showing leadership in the way we respond, and also reinforcing, the kind of positive messaging which has gone out. When politicians and leaders in Africa have talked about the fact that there is racism in the way travel bans have been imposed, we of course need to say, yes, absolutely, you're right, and this needs to be fixed. So I think we need to put our voices out there and make those challenging comments made available so that we are able to bring about reform. And I think all of us have a role to play in that. So, excellent conversation today. Hopefully it will add to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand. So just give our panelists actually an opportunity for one last final comment before I draw the proceedings to a close. Peter, any final words to the assembled attendees?
I think, Ross, everything has been said. The only thing I would say is to thank you for your leadership in public health ethics. I mean, it's been decades long and very, very effective. And you've taken the type of honest and authentic approach. For example, on Twitter, you said that you weren't getting a booster because of the inequities in the world. And that's exactly the sort of lived experience and authenticity that I'm talking about when, and I'm sure Effie as well, when she's talking about translation. That is translating values of solidarity into practice. And I think, the pandemic, and as Anand, my teacher in many of these things, says, before the pandemic, we had a continuity in some of these issues. It teaches us about leadership, which is the ultimate vaccine against pandemics and the conjoint challenges we face. And it teaches us about empathy, and it teaches us about equity, and it teaches us about residual colonial tendencies. And I think if we learn those lessons and live with authenticity, like you demonstrated in that example, Ross, then that's the clue about how we can both challenge some of the colonial considerations and also translate our values into practice. Thank you, Ross, and thank you, everybody who's listening on this call, and thank you for your support of WHO. And as was mentioned, we are a learning organization. We're always happy for feedback, and it's a privilege for me to work with Catherine and Andreas and the whole ethics team, who are really leading such an important area of work for the organization. Thank you, Ross.
Thanks, Peter. And of course, I got so much love for taking that stance. One of the things that picking up on Effie's point, what part of PAN, what does PAN mean in pandemic? Because you start to see like people living within their own national bubbles. Effie, over to you. And then Anant, you're gonna get the last word before I close.
Also, just to thank you, Ross, for your leadership, for all the work, all the frameworks that so many of us have been studying and working with. So and then for the action, because as Peter said, you acted on the frameworks at a personal level, and then of course at your advisory role in so many places. So thank you for that. And we can talk with you. You're on Twitter. We hold you accountable almost. And I think my point I was putting into the chat in when it comes to global questions and global solidarity, for example, how do we hold our governments accountable? We vote them in and out at the national level and mostly at what they did for our respective nations. So we need to hold them accountable also for things that happen beyond our borders. And that's big, that's not just the pandemic, there's so much more for that. So we need to push for understanding our world. If we want to be in that global world that we're also proud of, then that comes with a lot of responsibility. And that accountability for actions that affect that global world is something that we haven't been so good at and we need to improve. So thank you again very much. It's been a fantastic afternoon and I feel very privileged to be with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Effie. And Anant, final comment from you?
Thank you, Ross. Of course, again, let me also add my note of appreciation. There's been so much to learn from you, especially your leadership all through the multiple pandemics, actually, that we've seen over the last few decades. But also to say, there was a very interesting Lancet cover page last year, and it basically said that, the pandemic is an opportunity for us to envision what kind of a society we would like to see, and what kind of reforms do we need for that. And I think we've all talked about those kind of reforms and what needs, we've talked about the positives, but we've also talked about the problems. And if we can catalog all of those in a way that we can constructively make those available to organizations like WHO, to other international organizations, to our national decision-making bodies, and all the way to the local, in our own decisions, as you have rightly shown leadership for, Ross, in the way we exemplify these ideals, then I think that is where change can start. So let's begin that change. This conversation is an excellent part of that change, and hopefully we will see a better world in the near future.
Thanks, Anant. That's a nice sentiment to conclude, that we should see a better world. So first, I'm going to thank Peter, Effie, and Anant for their fabulous insights and contributions, but also all the panelists that were with us today and all of the moderators. We've heard quite a lot. I think our work is just beginning. This is by no means an end. It's hopefully a new start when we start to reflect and review all of the documents that we've worked with, try to find a way, as Effie has pointed out, to effectively translate them. We will soon see a lot of lessons learned documents, and as Max Smith and I have written in the past, the only lessons that we learn is that we don't like to learn lessons. So if we're truly learning organisms and we're truly learning institutions, then we need to really take this up and not forget again in the very near future. So I'm going to bring this to a close. We have recorded, and we will soon be posting the recording of the session and the videos. We will be writing up a report and distributing it. I want to thank all of the attendees. We had a pretty good attendance, and it held steady throughout the duration of it. And just to reinforce that there's a commitment from the World Health Organization to work with the ethics policymaking community and other stakeholders, including funders, the global health and research communities, to build an action plan to improve ethics-informed policymaking for pandemic preparedness and response. Science is not sufficient. We need science, we need good evidence matched with robust ethics. And as Ilona and the others on the Global Justice Panel, we need to be able to do that cognizant of power and the operation of power. So thank you so much, everyone, for attending. And at exactly 11:30, as promised, I will draw this summit to a close. I wish you all a good holiday for those who are celebrating coming up. But most of all, good health, safety, and wellness. I hope all of you and your families are well. And to all of my colleagues in low and middle income countries, I hope the vaccines are coming to you very soon, and that soon we won't be having a discussion about vaccine equity because we've achieved it. So thank you, take care, goodbye.
Thank you.